Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today we are going to build eraser.io clone, and this application we are going to build completely from the scratch. Eraser.io is a best combination of the documents and diagram where you can do or collaborate at same time. Okay, so on the left hand side you can do the documentation, and on the right hand side you can have a whiteboard here where you can draw the diagrams and lot of things. And that's what we are going to build, a fully functional application like eraser.io. So let's first walk through the application which we are going to build today. So if you see, we have this simple landing page because we are not concentrated on the landing page. We are more concentrating on the functionality. And then on this particular page, you have option to log in with the social authentication. As soon as you click on the login, you will redirect to the login page where you have option to log in with the Google, Facebook, or you can log in with the email as well. And we will learn how to add that authentication. So let me log in with this Google account. Select the account where you want to log in, and then you will redirect it on the dashboard. And this dashboard will be the similar to the eraser.io application. Okay, here you will see on the beautiful sidebar. Once you click on this, you will get a beautiful option similar like a eraser.io where you have different teams. You can create a new team. You have logout option, setting option, and the user which you log in. Okay, now once you click on create a team, you can create a new team. Okay, so here you can create a new team, whatever team you want to create, give the name, and boom, your new team will be here. Okay, so if I go back here right now, your new team is okay. Now on the bottom section you will see you have option to create a new file, but right now I reached a maximum 5 out of 5 files. Okay, because if I try to create a new file, it will giving me option to update my current plan, because on the free plan you can maximum create only 5 files. So now here you can have option to select a different team as well. Okay, and from here you have option to create a new file, and here you will see how much file you already created, your maximum limit, and a lot of things. Now create a new file, give the file name. So I will say YouTube docs. Okay, and click create, and boom, your document is get created. Here you will see this beautiful toast message, and on the dashboard you will see the file name, when it get created, the authors, and everything. Now let's open this file, and as soon as you open, you will see the document option on the left hand side and the canvas and whiteboard option. So on the left hand side you have beautiful documentation where you can add any type of documentation. And now if I want to add some like checklist, you can add that checklist. See, okay, here you can add as many as checklist you want. Okay, now if you want to add something else, you can click here. You can add a list. For example, you can add a list 1, list 2. Okay, not only this one, but you can change the type of any list whenever you want. You can unorder it and order it, whatever you want. Not only this, but you can add a heading, and for this heading you can change any type. Okay, but don't worry, I'm gonna tell you a bunch of different options. There are more than 50 plus options you can add for your documentation. Okay, let's talk about the workspace and whiteboard, or called canvas. Okay, where you can draw whatever diagram you want. Okay, you can color it. You have option to color each of these diagram. Not only this, you have option to change the sharpness. You have option to change width, opacity. If you want to make this at the behind, you can do that. See, so cool, right? You can add the image. Okay, just select the image you want to add, and you can add it like this. See, okay, you have option to add a frame tool, embed, and lot of things. But if you want to export this image as a PNG file, you can do that. I'm going to tell you how to do it, how to implement this application completely from the scratch, everything. Okay, now if you want to save this, let's click save, and you will see the message that a document is updated. Okay, now if I go back to previous page and come back again, see, your data is there. And to save all of this data, we are gonna save inside this Convex database. That's everything we're gonna learn from this scratch. Guys, if you don't know, how to create application, if you don't know what is Next.js, if you don't know how to build a React application, don't worry, because everything I'm going to tell you, or I'm going to teach you in this particular course. And if you have any question throughout the course, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can DM me on my Instagram channel, or you can DM me directly on my email. Guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this application. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. So in order to create a React application, we are going to use Next.js. So Next.js is one of the best React framework for the web application. And if you don't know how to use Next.js and you don't know about anything, don't worry guys, because in this particular course, we're gonna learn everything from the scratch, even on Next.js as well. Okay. So first thing, let's go to this nextjs.org. Okay. And this is the official website for the Next.js, and if you see, this is the command to create a project. Okay, so this project is a React project only, but Next.js is a framework on the top of the React. Okay, so it will help us to build the application much easier, much faster, and you don't need to make any special configuration for some of the features. So first, let's copy this particular command. Let's go back to our open terminal, and inside here, just paste it. Now if you see, this command name is saying npm create next app and latest. At latest will give you the latest version of the Next.js. Click enter, and you have to provide the project name. So in this case, I will say eraser_clone and click enter. So it will ask you, do you want to use TypeScript? So in this particular course, we are going to use TypeScript. So say yes, then ESLint, say no. The Tailwind CSS, obviously we are going to use Tailwind CSS, and here is the thing, Next.js is taking care of installing the Tailwind CSS and everything, so you don't need to worry about that one. So here click yes. The source directory, say no, and app router, obviously we need an app router, so say yes. And allies, you can say anything, so I will say no here. And if you see, now some of the dependency is getting installed, like React DOM and Next, and some dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS and the TypeScript. Now once the installation is completed, if you see, this project is now ready. Okay, now let's close this window and open a VS Code. Go to the file, open a folder where you created this particular project. So in my case, I created it in this particular folder, so I will open it. So, and here we go, and this project we need to open, so open it. And if you see, say yes, trust author, and on the left hand side you will see all the bunch of files and folders get created. So let's walk one by one. So first thing, the app folder, okay, which contains, or which is the basic folder where we are going to write all our files and code and everything. Okay, so inside this folder you will see we have this global.css, the layout.tsx, okay, which is the heart, we can say, for application, where all the pages, all the route is going to render inside from this children tag. Okay, and if you see, we have the HTML body tag inside that one. We have metadata for the SEO purpose. Also here we added the font as well. Then this is the default page called page.tsx. Okay, so once you run this application, we'll see this particular page get open on the default, as a default page. So this is the page. Then we have this node module. So whatever the dependency we install, right, the package get extracted inside this node module. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. Then we have this public folder where we are going to keep all our images, font, assets, everything, so that you can directly use inside your application without providing path. Once you define the any assets path, okay, means that the direct path, the next JS will automatically consider that you are accessing from this public folder. Then we have next.env.ts file, then next.config.mjs file, which is help us to configure the next related configuration. Then we have package.json, which contains the name of the application, the version. Also it has a script to run the application, and the dependency which is used or installed for this particular application. Then if you see, we have this list of dev dependency as well. Then we have postcss.config.js and the tailwind.config.js, which contain the Tailwind CSS related information. So this is all about our application. Now let's run the application. So go here inside the terminal, click new terminal. It will open the terminal like this, and just type npm run dev. So it will open the port 3000, and if you see, this is the URL on which our application is running. So open this URL. If you see, the URL name is localhost 3000, and this is the default page it opens. Now let me bring this side by side so you can understand much better. As I say very beginning, that this is the default page, okay? And if you see, this is the page.tsx file. This is the default page which get rendered on the screen. If you see, we have this get started by editing, then app.page.tsx, and everything is written over here. Now let's clean this out and just add the div tag and save it. And if you see, now screen is blank. Now if I type something on h2 tag, subscribe to TubeGuruji. Okay guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if you see, as soon as I save it, it get rendered on the screen without refreshing this particular window. Okay, so beautiful, right? This is called fast reload. Okay, now or live reload. Now if you see on the background, you will getting this line, right? Because of this CSS is applied to this particular page. So inside the global.css, which contains all the styling which is applied throughout the application, so you can remove this 2 line of code, save it, and boom, now you have a clean page with a white background and this text written on it. Okay, so this is how you can create the Next.js application, and then you can run the application as well. Now next, as we know that we are using Tailwind CSS, okay, and along with that we are going to use one library called shadcn. Okay, and if you don't know about this shadcn UI, it is very much popular library currently in the market, and it's based on Tailwind CSS again, and very easy to install. So I'm going to teach you about how we can use this and how to add it in our application and everything. So first thing, go to this ui.shadcn.com, and then go to this docs, where we can have option called installation. Okay, so as we are using this Next.js framework, so click on Next.js, and then we will follow step-by-step guide so that we can install this shadcn. So first thing, obviously we already created the project and we already installed the Tailwind CSS, so we'll skip this step. Then we need to run the CLI command to install the shadcn UI. So copy this particular line of command as we are using npm, then make sure to open the terminal and click new terminal. Okay, and run this application, run this particular command. Now it will ask you some few questions. So it's asking first which style you would like to use. So it has a 2 style, default and New York. Okay, let me show you the difference between them. So let me go to in shadcn, and over here we have an option called themes. So inside theme, if you see, this is, I think this is the default theme. Okay, but if I click on customize, okay, this is the New York theme, but if I click default, you will see the change. Okay, just I feel it's a size change. Okay, so it's up to you which size do you want to use, size do you want to use. I will preferably default one, so I will select the default one. Then you have option to choose the base color. Okay, if you see this, we have the slate, gray, zinc, neutral, stone. Okay, and these are the some of the color combination we have, right? I will select the zinc, maybe. Yeah, that's will be good. So select zinc. Now would you like to use CSS variable for colors? Okay, so you have option yes or no, so we will say yes. Then now it's installing all the dependency which is required for our application, and if you see, we are done. Now once we install this application, let's see what are the files and folder get created. So if you see here on the left hand side, the new folder get created inside a root directory called components. This component is created when we install the shadcn UI. So whenever we want to use any component like button or dialog or table, anything, we have to install that component from the shadcn, and that particular component get added inside this component folder. In a minute, I will tell you how it works. Then we have this library folder. Inside that we have utils.ts file, which again added by the SharedCN UI. And after that we have let me go to this app folder. We have global CSS. If you see, right, the bunch of CSS variable get added over here. Okay, and also in the tailwind.config.js file, or which is a TS file, here as well, if you see, the bunch of configuration get added here. Okay, so you can obviously customize, you can change it, no restriction to this one. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to use it. So let's try to install one component from the SharedCN. So here let me go to this called components, and here I will search for the button, the simplest one. So click button. Here if you see, this is how button will look like once you install the component. And in order to install this component, you have to copy this command npm and then just paste it in a new terminal like this. Okay, now once this is installed, inside the component folder, right, it was before empty. Now once we install this button, the UI folder get created, and inside this UI folder we have new component called button.tsx, and inside this button it has some default code added here. Okay, now obviously we are not going to touch this one, but if you want to customize it, if you want to change the layout or something else you want to do, you can do it, because SharedCN giving you a complete control over your component. Okay, now in order to use this component, here you can say I am in page.tsx. Here I will just add button, and if you see, now this button get added from the component/UI/button, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and if you see, the button is added. Okay, but this button don't have any text. Let's add some text. So inside the button I will add subscribe and then save it. And if you see, boom, how beautifully the button get added without adding any styling or any Tailwind CSS classes, because SharedCN is already taking care of that one, right? And if you see, you have button. Now obviously you can add your own class name. For example, if you want to change background to red, you can do that, guys. See, okay, so as I say, full control on the component which you added, but with the help of the SharedCN you can add a lot of things, and you can minimize your coding as well. That is very helpful when you are developing any big application. Okay, so I hope you understand how we beautifully set up the SharedCN as well. Now in this section we are going to implement the landing page. In that landing page we have we're gonna add the header, as well as we're gonna add the hero section as well. So for that one, let's clean this out first from the page.js, and right now if you see, our page is completely empty. Now inside the app folder we are gonna create a new folder. Now in Next.js, whenever you add a new folder, okay, or you create a new page.tsx file, it will consider as a route. But in this case we don't want the route. Okay, and obviously after this section we're gonna learn about the routing and all. Okay, but currently, as I told you, right, we don't need a route. So in order to create a folder, okay, you have to start with the this particular underscore. Okay, and then you have to give the folder name. So in this case I'm giving underscore components. Now whatever the components I want to create and I want to add for this home screen, I want to keep in this particular folder. Okay, so and now inside this folder I'm going to create a new file, and we'll call header.tsx. okay, and I will create another file and we'll call it hero.tsx. okay, perfect, like this. Now it's time to add the template. Okay, so if you see in page.tsx we have this template, right, and we need to copy and paste it here. But every time when you create a new file, right, or new component, you need to copy paste and copy from the previous component, paste it here. That's a big headache, right? So for that one you need to create one extension, and which is called ES7 plus React Redux extension, and also install one more extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, so this Tailwind CSS will help us to give the suggestion when you are writing the Tailwind CSS classes, and ES7 plus React Redux snippet tool help us to create a beautiful template for you within a few clicks. Let me show you how. For example, for this header you want to create a template, just type RFCE, which stand for React Functional Export Component. Click it and boom, you got the default template just like that, right? You don't need to type or do anything, you have the template ready. Same thing we'll do it for this hero, so just type RFCE, enter it, and boom, right? Now you have two components. Now let's add these two components inside the page.tsx, because we just create the component, right? And if you still see, we don't have anything on the screen because we did not added that component inside our default page, which is page.tsx. So here I'm going to add header, and if you see this header component from the underscore component slash header, and then another component for the hero section. And if I save it, you will see these two text called header and hero, which is from the header and the hero file. Okay, now let's add the header first. Now obviously I don't want to give more focus on this landing page because it's just a static UI, nothing goes like any dynamic thing, anything. Okay, so for that one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use existing predefined component. So for that one, I'm going to use this hyper UI library, okay, which is based on Tailwind CSS, and as you know that we are using the Tailwind CSS. So if I go to this hyperui.dev, we'll find a predefined component, and there are a lot of components. If you go to this alert, you will find this different kind of alert, right? You will have the code, just copy and paste it. In this case, we want the header, okay? Just search for the header, okay? And you will find this header component like this, see, okay? And this is how you want, right? Logo, this menu, and the buttons, see, everything you will find it here. Now you can even check how on mobiles or small screen will look like, medium, large, full, right? Now on the dark screen how it looks, on left to right you can do it, okay? Everything is there. Now obviously if you want to copy this code, just go to this view and then copy this JSX file, or change to JSX because we are using TypeScript, and then copy. Let me go back to our project here, and inside the header, or I will replace this one with the actual header which we just copied, and then save it. Now if I go back to a project, and if you see, boom, how the header comes up, right? If I extend it, this is how it looks, and so beautiful, right? So this is how you can add the beautiful header. Now just customize according to your needs. So for example, if I want to change this logo, we can change it. So I already added the logo.svg file, okay, which is the eraser logo. You will find in the source code. So all the assets or the source code you will find in my source code. The link is in the description, you can check it out. Now in order to if you want to put this logo inside this public folder, you can easily access it. So for example, I don't want this existing logo, so I will remove it. If you remove it, see, the logo is gone. Now let's add the image, okay? So this image tag is from the we need to import from this next/image, see, okay? Then it has a property called source. Here you need to provide the source. As I say, you don't need to give complete path because we kept our assets inside the public folder. You just need to write /logo.svg, okay? Obviously it's showing error because it's the alt property is missing. So just type alt, we'll say logo, then we'll give width of 100, height of 100, and then save it, and boom, the logo is showing on the screen. Now logo is showing because actually the name of the logo is in the background, or is in the white color. So what I'm going to do, I will change this background color to black and save it, and boom, so this is how it looks, see, okay, perfect. Now I'm going to change this color to white, so all of this color. So here if you see right now it's text gray. If I change to white, you will see the change, okay? Oh sorry, see, okay, perfect. So for everywhere I'm doing this one. On hover as well, I'm going to put gray, not gray 75, I will put 100 only, okay? Now here I'm going to put text to white. I will just copy this one and paste it here like this, okay? I will remove the last one, and then here as well I'm going to put 100, 100, 100, and 100. And now if you see how beautiful it's looking, see, okay, perfect. Now let's change this button as well. So if I scroll down, I don't want anything like this. We'll change this background. Okay, I don't want background actually, so we'll remove this background. We'll make text white. It's already white, I think that's fine. Perfect. Okay, and for this one, let's bring this down. If I increase the size, I want to put the background white, that's fine, and the text color I want to black, so I'll put black text, and on hover I will change to slate, maybe 200. Okay, if I increase the size, this is how beautiful it looks like. Oh, the text I will change to 800. Perfect. Okay, now we have the login button on hover. It's showing awkward background, so let's remove that on hover effect. So I will just remove this one. Okay, now we have beautiful header section. See, perfect, right? Next, what we are going to do, we want to add the hero section. Okay, which is the landing page actually. So in order to add it, go to this hyper UI and just search for the I don't know what is called, but just search for this banner maybe. Yeah, see. Okay, so you will see this kind of UI. So this is how it looks. You have different option actually. Now you will see why I'm just copying and pasting here. Okay, because as I say, I don't want to focus more on this landing page because it's just a static code to display the landing page. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I will just copy this code called JSX, copy this code, and then inside the hero section I will paste it here like this. Okay, perfect. If I save it, and this is how it looks for now. Okay, now I want to keep the background as black, so here instead of gray I will make it black. Okay, then for this text, right now it's a black color, I will change this to white. Okay, and where we have text called increase conversation, here I'm gonna change this to white as well. Okay, now little bit change here, I'm going to change to sky, maybe 300, something like this. See, okay, and here we have this text. See, here I'm gonna change this to something like text slate 200. Okay, see, button as well, I'm gonna remove this learn more button, and I will just keep this button, I will call it as a learn more. I will change this color to white, save it, and text color will text black color. Okay, and if I increase the size, this is how it looks. Okay, now I'm just trying to make similar like eraser.io. Okay, if you want to see how the eraser.io look like, let me show you. Okay, so this is how it look like. Okay, everything I will keep as it is, just I will copy this particular text, documents and diagrams, and I will paste it here. Okay, I don't want to make exact copy of this particular landing page. Okay, just nearby that one. Then for the second text, I will paste here, and then the subtitle, which will be this one. Okay, and paste it here like this and save it. Okay, and if I go back, and this is how it looks now. Now if you think this particular space is little blank, you can add some text. Okay, so if I go back here and inside the maybe here we can add it. Let's try to add h2 tag, and we'll say see more. Okay, now the text is black, so I will change this class name. We'll add a text of white. Okay, see, this is how it looks. Okay, now I'm gonna add a border as well. Okay, and we'll change the border color to white. Now we want to be in center, so text center. Okay, and then I will, for this div, I will wrap this in a div. Let's bring everything down. Okay, and over here I will just say class name flex item baseline. Okay, and here I will say item justify center. We'll give padding x to 3. Oh, not here actually, we need to give for this h2 tag. Then padding of 2. We'll make rounded corner to full, so the corner will be rounded. Okay, and we'll padding top to 7. Sorry, not here. Top to 8 maybe. Let's see how it looks on bigger screen. Oh, let's make more padding. We need padding top actually. Okay, see, something like this. Okay, now here is some gap, we can remove that gap. So if you see right here, we have the padding 32. We don't want that much, we'll keep just 6, maybe 8. Okay, if I increase the size, oh, still it has more padding, because here if you see we have this line of code which we don't want. I will remove this one. If I increase the size, now looks good. And here I will just add hide screen. Perfect. Okay, see, if you think still there, I don't know why it's still there. Let me check. So let's remove this item, because on large it's keeping on the center of the screen actually. And now much better. Okay, perfect. Just I will change this message. See, we'll see what's new and AI diagram. Okay, something like this. See, okay, here you can change this color to something else. So I will just copy this, paste it here, and we'll change this class name. We'll change the text of sky, maybe 400. Perfect, like this, maybe 300. Okay, perfect, like this. And the only thing that I want to give more padding over here. Okay, and if I increase size, this is how beautifully our landing page is ready. Okay, as I say, just use it, the existing code, paste it here, because landing page is not our target. Okay, and I hope you understand. Okay, and guys, this is completely responsive. Complete application which we are going to build is going to be a complete responsive. Okay, so don't worry about that one. Throughout the application or throughout this particular course, I'm gonna tell you each and every concept. Okay, if you miss anything, let me know in the comment section if you don't understand anything or anything. And also, as I say, the link is in the description for the source code. You can access it anytime. So guys, next, the very important concept which we are going to learn, which is called app routing. Okay, so in the next section. So in this section, we are going to learn a very important concept called app routing. So in order to add a new route or new page, right? For example, if I want to add a route called dashboard, okay? If I enter it right now, if you see, we are getting 404 error, because we don't have that route in our application, right? So in order to add that route in Next.js is quite simple. Okay, let me show you how. So inside the project folder, if I go to the app folder, right, which we have here, inside the app folder, you just need to add a new folder called dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to create a new folder called dashboard. Inside that folder, I have to create a new file called page.js or maybe a tsx. Okay, and add a default template. Here we will rename it as a dashboard, and here as well dashboard, and then save it. And if you see, it's showing dashboard now, and the 404 error is gone because we have a complete route called /dashboard. Okay, and now you can able to access this dashboard route as well. So beautiful, right? So this is how you can add the routing. This is called simple routing, that just you need to add a new folder inside this app folder, and then you easily add the route in your project. And that's how, and that's why Next.js is quite helpful to add the route, because routing is very critical part in the application. Okay, now this is called a simple routing. Okay, let's talk about the dynamic routing. So inside the dynamic routing, for example, if you want to access a dashboard, and for example, let's say /123, Okay, this 1 2 3, maybe you can say user ID. Okay, and if I click enter, if you see, it's showing 404 error. Okay, obviously this particular ID or user ID whatever is going to change, okay, for each user. See, for 5, for 7 kind of thing. Okay, and now you have to add that dynamic route. Okay, obviously you cannot create a different number of folders, depends on the user, right? So in order to add dynamic routing, you need to go to this dashboard. For example, inside this I'm going to create a new folder, and let's call you have to add that folder name inside the bracket in order to add a dynamic route. And here I will say, for example, user ID. Okay, and click enter. Now this, once you add this folder name as inside this bracket, it act as a dynamic one. Okay, it means the value of this folder going to change whatever you will add it. Okay, and now inside that one you're gonna add a page.js. Sorry, it need to be tsx, that's fine. Let's make tsx because we are using TypeScript, and let's add a default template. Okay, here I'm going to change, for example, user. Okay, this is for the only for the example purpose. Okay, and now save it. Now if I go to this 7, if you see right now text 7 is showing, and if I go to, for example, 15, see, still I'm not getting 404 error. Now you can put any number over here. Okay, any number, and still you will see your page. Okay, because this dynamic route we added inside our application using the simple bracket. Okay, so this is how you can add the dynamic route. Same way you can add the nested route by creating another folder inside the existing route, and then it acts as a nested route. Okay, now another important thing here, if I go to this app folder, okay, and inside this app folder you can create a new folder. But if I start the folder name within this bracket, and if I say routes, okay, and inside the routes I will keep all my route. Okay, so I will drag it here and move it. Okay, say yes and save it. Now if I go to this dashboard, it still act as a dashboard only, same route, without affecting anything, because once you define the folder name start with these brackets, okay, the circular brackets, it will not consider as a route. Only for the folder structure and organization purpose you can add, or you can structure your folder like this. Okay, so make sure that once you add this circular bracket, it will not consider as a route. Okay, very important things. And throughout the application, obviously all the routes and everything will keep inside this routes folder. Okay, I hope you understand this, how the app routing will work, is working in Next.js. Obviously once we add the authentication in our application, we need to give access some of the route, and obviously we don't want to give access to other routes. Okay, everything we gonna learn in the next section, but I hope you understand how the app routing work in Next.js. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. And guys, if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. In this section, we are going to add authentication for our application. The authentication is very important in order to add in any application, because we can prevent some of the route or pages from the unauthorized user. So for that one, we are going to use a modern authentication service called kind.com, which is one of the best alternative for the clerk. Okay, and this kind is completely free to use. Okay, and it's very easy to integrate in any application. So obviously for the Next.js, they already have a SDK, and it's very easy to add in your application. So first thing, let's go to this kind.com, and once you launch on this page, if you don't have an account before, just create a new account. And once you create the new account, go to this my business. Okay, it will jump it to your dashboard page. Okay, here you will see that for my existing application, I already have some users which is registered, but you have option to create a new application. So click on add application. Here you have to give the application name. So in this case I will give eraser clone. Now as we are using Next.js, so we need to select the backend web. Okay, if you are using React or any React Native application or mobile application, you can select front end web mobile. Okay, or you can have another option called machine to machine. Okay, but obviously for Next.js we will select backend web and then click save. Once you save it, you will see you will jump on this detail page of the particular eraser clone application, where you can select the option, okay, the language option or framework which you are which you want to use the kind. So in this case it's Next.js. Then you can see the documents. I will just click it and this is the document for that one. You will see some app keys like domain, client ID, client secret key. Also you can add a callback URLs. Okay, right now we'll just save this one and let's go to this documentation. Okay, and then we'll follow step-by-step guide in order to add the kind authentication in your application. So first and very important thing, to install this dependency, guys, and you can access this documentation link as well from the description. Now just copy this dependency and then inside your project open a terminal. Let me go here and open a new terminal. Let me close all of this window and just paste it here like this. Okay, now what it will do, it will install the kind authentication for Next.js. Then if you scroll down, it's saying that you need to set a callback URL. Now obviously we are developing application on local, right? So you have to add this callback URL. So I will copy this and we'll paste it here. Okay, same thing, you have to add the logout URL as well. So I will just paste it here and add it here. Okay, now once you deploy your application to production, right, you can also even update this environment variable as well. Okay, I will let you know at the end once we deploy our application to the production. Then you have to configure some of the variables. Okay, if you scroll down, you have to copy this all these variables inside the .env.local file. So copy all of this and then inside this okay, we don't have .env file. Let's create a one in a root directory. So let's create .env.local and inside this one we will paste our all these variables. Okay, now obviously we need to replace this client ID with the actual client ID. If I go to this dashboard, you will see the client ID. Okay, so just copy this one and then paste it here. Then copy the client secret key, paste it here, and the last is you need to update this issuer name, which is the actual domain. Okay, like this, and then save it. Okay, obviously we have the site URL, post back logout redirect URL, and the post login redirect URL. Okay, you can update that once you deploy in production as well. Right now I will save this one and go back here, and then you need to create a new folder and file. Okay, which is this API. Actually this is actually API. Okay, so what you can do, you can copy this path. Okay, copy this path, then let's go back to our project and inside this app folder let's create a new file. Okay, this you have to click this icon and then paste it. So what it will do, it will create automatically all the folders and then file for us. Okay, and then just copy this all of this content as it is and save it. Now if you scroll down a little bit, okay, so just they are mentioning that they recently upgraded this import statement, so that we are good for now. Now I think we are pretty much done. Okay, now let's close all of this window. Now our kind is ready to use. Now in order to go to this sign in and sign up page, if you see we have this login link and register link. Okay, so what it will do, it will this component will redirect you to the actual login and register link. Okay, let me show you how. So if I go here and go to this page, okay, and inside that we have header. Okay, for what I will do for this login text, I will just wrap it inside this login link. Okay, and this login link is importing from this next or Next.js, and I will paste this text login inside this. Okay, and then save it. And same thing, if you want to register, I will just push this register link and and then I will just put this register inside this component name and make sure to import this register link from the kind and then save it. Now if I go back to this particular localhost 3000 where we have this page, okay, so we got one error, is not function. Okay, so this error is came because we need to mark this page as a use client if you did not mark it. So make sure to add that as a use client we have 3 error, but we'll check it out later on. Let's see. Just to navigate to the login screen, and okay, so it's saying sorry, we don't see any authentication at your moment. Okay, so obviously we did not add any authentication service. So if I go to this our kind dashboard, right here we have option called authentication, and here you can enable authentication service. For example, we want a password, email and password authentication. Okay, or you can add passwordless as well, or phone authentication as well, and we want Facebook and Google as well. Okay, now you can add more as well here. Okay, so inside this kind authentication you have option to customize as well. If I go to this home, and if I go to this design, right here you can customize, you can upload the logo, and you have a lot of options. Even though you can update the colors of the screen and all of this thing. Okay, not only that one, but you can add a more authentication service from here. Okay, so if I go to this, so inside setting you will find a more option. Okay, but for now we'll concentrate on our existing application. So now let's go back to our project. Okay, so let's go to this localhost 3000, click login, and if you see now, boom, you have beautiful page. Okay, and obviously I design or customize this page through this kind dashboard. Okay, so as I say, you can go to the design and then you can change this all these colors combination, everything. Okay, and now you have option here. If you see for the Google login or Facebook login, or you can do the email and password login as well. Okay, so now let's log in with the Google. So here you got the option to choose the account, and once you select the account, it will redirect to this dashboard page. See how beautifully, right? Because it is redirecting the dashboard page. Here if I go to this environment variables, okay, where we define these variables, here we define the login redirect URL. Okay, see, now you can customize the login redirect URL, depends on your requirements. Okay, if I go to the documentation, they also mention how you can add the post login redirect URL. Okay, so if I copy this one, okay, and go back to our header where we use this login link component, here you simply define that login post back redirect URL. Okay, and you can change to any other URL, it's not big deal. Okay, we can keep as it is as well. By default we are navigating to the dashboard page. Okay, now in order to get the user detail, right, you have, if you are using client side, then you have option to use this option called, let me scroll down, the kind browser client. Okay, where you can get all of this option, the permission, user access token, and a lot of different things. Okay, but if you are using on the server side, right, then you can use this get kind server session. Okay, but obviously right now we are using on the client side. Let me show you inside the page.js. okay, so let's go to this page.tsx file. Okay, here simply what we are going to do, let me, if I go down below, okay, here, so here I will just simply say constant user, okay, is equal to, and you use kind browser client. Okay, like this, and if you see, this is the import statement, and save it. Now inside the use effect we'll just print this out, okay, in the console, so you can see what are the data we are getting inside this user. So I will simply say console user, and whenever the user is available, then I'm going to execute this use effect. Okay, if I go back to our project, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console, okay, let me refresh this one. Okay, so it's not printing because we are on the localhost 3000 page. Okay, so let me go to this localhost 3000 page because we already log in, right, and that's fine. Okay, and if you see now here, let me close this error, and if you see, we got this data. It contains the email, the family name, the given name and ID of that each user, okay, and the picture as well. Okay, the user profile pic, and all this detail we are getting from the user, and now you can use that information to store in database and any lot, and you can play with this particular information, depends on your requirements. Okay, so this is how you can guys add the kind authentication in your application, and this is how simply it is. Okay, and there is a just minimum line of code you have to add, and then you are ready to use authentication service inside your application. Now here is thing, you can even explore more different kind of project, okay, and a lot of things that you can explore from this kind documentation. And this is one of the best and free authentication service which you can use it in your application. If you have any question about this kind authentication, let me know in the comment section. And if you really like this kind authentication, let me know in the comment section as well. And we'll see you in the next section now. So we add the authentication, but we did not implement the page protection logic, okay, because we need to protect our pages from unauthorized user. Currently, if I go to this dashboard, because we already log into the application, and right now if you see, we are able to access the dashboard, okay. Let me go to this dashboard screen, and there we will add the logout button, okay. So here what I'm going to do, I will just add one button and we'll say logout, okay. So we will wrap this button, maybe we can add it here as a logout, okay. So if you see, it can also provide the logout link as a component, okay, and just on the click of that one we can easily log out. Now if I go back to our application, obviously you are getting this error, okay, so because we need to make this application, or make this page as a use client. So just mark it as a use client and then save it. Now if I click on logout, right, if you see, it's redirect back to the home screen. But if I try to log into the dashboard, okay, go to the dashboard, still I'm able to access the dashboard. And that's what we don't want to give authorized to the any user who did not log into the application and not able to access this page, right? So the question is, how can we protect this page if user is not authenticated, right? So for that one, Next.js is providing one of the powerful tool, we can call it as a middleware, okay. So middleware allow you to run a code before request is completed, okay, and based on the incoming request you can modify the response by writing or redirecting the to specific URL, right? So what it actually do, it will check on the application whether user is authenticated or not. If user is authenticated, then only it will redirect it, okay. But there as well we can define the route which on which we can give authentication and for which we don't want to give authentication, right? So it's very simple. Once you go to this middleware, create a new file called middleware.ts. So inside the root directory, okay, make sure to you will add inside the root directory and create a new file called middleware.ts and copy this content as it is and then save it, okay. Now kind also providing the page protection functionality, okay. This is very important. If I go to here and if you see, we have option called protecting routes, okay. So what it will do, it will protect your routes. You can add the route on which you want to give authentication, okay. You have full control on your all the routes or pages, okay. So now in our application, in this case, right, what we need to do, once you go to this dashboard, we need to add, or we need to give this route to the only user who is logged into or authenticated to our application, right? So right now anyone can is authenticated, right? So what we can do, if I go to this kind documentation here, it's simply you can check if you see this example, right, it's checking is user is authenticated or not. If user is authenticated, then we can redirect to the particular screen. If not, then user need to sign in, okay. So let's implement that one. So first thing you need to do, you have to copy this line of code, and this simply checking is user is authenticated or not, okay. And make sure to import this get kind server session, okay. So copy this import statement and then paste it here, okay. Next you need to check if await is authenticated, okay. So we are using await, make this function as a async, and here once we check is authenticated, we'll put inside the if block, and inside here, okay, we'll redirect to specific page. If I scroll down little bit, right, so this particular API endpoint here we are going to redirect. So I will copy this one and I will just paste it here, okay. As we don't have protected, okay, once user is log out, right, we will go to this slash button, or maybe go to this dashboard, okay, because this is the post login redirect URL, okay, and save it. Now most important thing, you have to provide here path, okay. So in this case we want to protect our page called dashboard route, okay. You can define like this. If you have multiple pages which you want to protect, you can define inside the brackets like this, okay. Now if I give comma, and then you can provide the second page. Now if I save this one and then go to this localhost 3000 slash dashboard, and then if you see, it's a redirect to the login page, because now dashboard is a protected page and you are not able to access that one. But if you go to this localhost 3000, you can able to, because we did not add this page as a or we did not add authentication for this page, but only for the dashboard you need to log in. Now if I log into this account, now it will redirect to the dashboard page, okay. So okay, so we got one error that, oh wait, let me refresh it. There's some error. So this error we are getting because in middleware, if you see, we added this await authenticated, right, and then we are redirecting. It's supposed to be not authenticated, right, then only it's supposed to redirect. So now if I refresh it, go to this localhost 3000 slash dashboard, and boom, if you see, now you are able to access the dashboard efficiently, okay. And if I log out again, it will redirect to the login page, okay. And even though you sign in or try to access this dashboard, you will not, because it will redirect you to this page, okay. So I hope you understand how we can protect our pages from unauthorized user, right. Now it's time to add a database and backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use Convex. So Convex is a modern way to store a data and very easy to integrate in any web application. Convex will provide a lot of different features, like it provide a function, it provide a real-time data, okay, and it's very helpful if you are building a application like a chatbot or something like that, right, where you want to get a real-time data without refreshing the screen, and that's where the Convex play a very important and interesting role. Also, Convex provide a lot of different features with the third-party application like a payment gateway, a Stripe, or Twilio, or OpenAI as well, okay. And it's very easy and fast to build application, and obviously we will learn it throughout the application how we can able to use the Convex, okay. And most important thing, guys, this is free to use, okay. So you don't need to buy any database or anything. The Convex will help you to implement or act as a backend for your application, okay. Now if you go to this convex.dev, you will land on this Convex official website, and here you can create a new account. Now once you create the account, just go to this dashboard, and where you can able to create a new project for your application. Now here you have option to create a new project. Just click on that and give the project name. So in this case I am going to use this eraser_clone. Just create, and once you create the application, boom, you will see some of the options like function, data, files, schedule, and lot of things, right. Now here you can even run the cron job as well, okay, and you can store the files, images, and everything along with the data, and you can even run the functions as well, okay. Now let's start integrating this Convex inside our application. So if you see, let's click on this docs, okay, so it will jump you on this Convex documentation. Now as I say very beginning, that Convex used in various different platform, like you can use in React, Next.js, React Native, even Python, Node.js as well. So right now in this case we are using Next.js, so click Next.js, and these are the some steps we need to follow, okay. So obviously if you want to create a project from the very scratch, you can use this command, but we already have the project ready, okay. So we will use this existing project. So what we're going to do, we're going to install this Convex first. So let me bring this down, and then let me close this one. Let me close all of this window and open the terminal. So inside the terminal, just paste this link, okay. So it will install the Convex. So this dependency help us to install all the Convex related things, okay. Once you install the Convex, you just need to set up or run this convex.dev, okay. So what I will do, I will just run this one. okay, in order to set up the convex. So once you run it, it will ask you, do you want to configure, okay, and you can configure the new project or existing project. As we created the existing project, so I will select the existing project. Then it will give the option which project you want to select. So in this case, I will select this eraser clone, which we select just now. And then boom, if you see, the convex function is ready to use now, okay. And if I go to this file structure, right, it added some of the files. If you see, this is new folder get added called convex. Inside this folder there are another folder called underscore generated, and there are some of the files get added inside your convex folder, okay. So don't worry guys if you don't know about this file or anything, because once we start developing our application, you will get to know. Now once you've done this one, if you scroll down a little bit, obviously they say that you can add a sample data, and then you can just import it in your database, but we'll skip this step because we will gonna use actual data to add in the database, okay. Now if you scroll down, so we need to create a new client component called convex provider, okay, and this is very important in order to use convex throughout the application. So first thing, you need to create a file name with the convex provider.tsx inside the app folder, okay. So let me close this one, and if I go to this app folder, create a new file with the file, this particular file name, then copy this all of this content. So I will just copy as it is and then save it. Now what you have to do, you have to wrap your children inside this convex client provider like this, see, okay. So that is inside this layout.tsx file. So what you will do, let's go to this layout.tsx file, and inside this file, let me bring this down, you have to wrap it like convex client provider, okay, because we already added this what is the context provider, this particular context provider, okay. So this one, and inside that we added the children, and we are pretty good now, okay. And that's how we completely set up our convex, okay, and now it's ready to use it. And if you see, the convex, obviously as soon as we save it, automatically run it, okay. Whatever the changes you make in the database, you don't need to deploy it, because convex it will not like a Prisma, right, every time you make the change in database you have to deploy it. It's not the similar like convex. Convex is much advanced, okay. You don't need to do anything, just make whatever changes you want in background. Convex is running for you, everything, doing all the configuration is doing for you, okay. So this is a basic setup that how we can integrate the convex in the application. Next, what we are going to do, we're gonna add some data through the convex in our database, so that you will learn how we can add data to the database through the convex and how we can fetch it as well, okay. Obviously there are a lot of things that we are going to learn in this particular course, so stay tuned and press like button if you did not press like button yet, and subscribe to my channel as well. Now in this section we are going to create an convex API so that we can fetch and store the data as well, okay. And if you don't know how to write the API and everything, you can anytime go refer the convex document, which is very rich document where you can access each and every query. You will learn how to create a document, how to read the documents and everything, okay. Everything is mentioned in this document. So in order to create an API, let's go to this convex folder, and in here we'll create a new file called user.tsx, okay. Now this file, it acts as a API for us. Now let's go to this user.tsx file. Let me close this window, and here we're gonna write a query to get the user information. So before that, let's import v from convex /value, okay, and then we'll export constant, and here we need to get the user, so we'll say get user is equal to query, and then we'll write inside that one. Now here you can first thing, you can accept the parameter, and before that make sure to import this query from this generated/server, and then here we'll accept the params. So obviously we will check with the help of email if user's email is already inside the database or not. Once we add this argument, we need to add the handler. So if you see this handler, we're gonna add. So we'll make this async. Async and the arrow function like this. Okay. Now inside this handler, we need to write a query. So I will write constant result is equal to await ctx. Okay. Dot to refer the database. Obviously we want to use database, so db dot query, and inside that you have to provide the table name. Okay, then it's a user, and obviously if you write this dot collect, it will fetch all the data from the user. Okay, but we want only specific data. So what you can do, you can just write option called filter, and here you can write query and you can add the filter operation. So q dot, and if you see, you will get a bunch of different options, like you can add, equal, greater than, equal. Okay, so in this case we want equal, and then we have to write condition on which field you want to add that condition. So in this case we'll add q dot fill, comma, arguments dot email, like this. Okay, and then dot collect to fetch the data. Once you're done with this one, we'll just return the result. Okay, so if you face any issue, let me know. So here we just refer the database, then we add the query, we refer to the table name, okay, which is user. Then we will only want to fetch those user which matches with this email address. Obviously it will be one only, and then dot collect to fetch it, and we just return this result. Okay, and then save it. Now our query is ready. Now let's go to this dashboard, and here I will define the use effect. Okay, like this. Now in order to use this query, okay, you have the convex hook. Okay, so you can add get user is equal to use query. Okay, and if you see, this use query is importing from the convex / react. Make sure you are using this use query. Okay, then you can refer API. This API is importing from this @convex dot user, and then you have to give the method name, which is, or endpoint name, which is get user. Okay, then you have to provide the argument, because it accepts the argument, which is email. Okay, and here you need to provide the email. So right now obviously we need to provide the email where user login is. So constant will get the user information using this use kind browser client, and then user dot email. Okay, perfect, like this. Now it's saying that string undefined is not assembly of type string. So simply for this user we'll make of type any, so it will not give any error, and then save it. Now if you see, right now we are showing that error, that object is missing the required field email, consider wrapping field validator. Okay, that's fine. And inside the use effect, if we'll say if the user is available, then call get user. Okay, now obviously we will just console the result like this, and obviously we will execute whenever the user is available. Now inside the console, make sure in the convex terminal nothing you're not getting any error or something like that, right? Now if I refresh it, right now nothing is showing on the screen, that's fine. But if I go to this console, if you see, right now it's showing undefined. Okay, because inside our database we don't have any table called user, and we don't have any information for now, even though we have table, but we did not added any record. Okay, so what we can do now, we will create another endpoint. Okay, to add or create a new user if the user is not exist. So what we can do, we'll create another endpoint here, and which will be a mutation. Okay, so export constant create user is equal to mutation. Now mutation is used to update or to insert the data or to delete the data, to make some CRUD operation. So inside the mutation we need to pass some arguments. So arguments we'll pass it here. So first is name. We have to provide a type. Okay, v dot string means it's of type string. Now you have, if you go to this convex and we'll say data types, you will find a bunch of data types. Okay, so it need to be a convex. And if I go here, you will find a bunch of data type of, if you see, we have id, int, number, string. Okay, lot of things. Then email is of type v dot string, and then last we have the image of v dot string. Okay, and this is a mutation, so make sure to import this mutation. I think we already did it. Perfect. Now once we did this one, we have to add the handler, and this need to be async and make it arrow function like this. Now inside the handler, we need to write await ctx dot database, or means dot db dot insert, because we want to insert the record, and here we need to provide in which data table we want to insert. Okay, so that table name, so in this case I will say user or users, let me say user, comma, and then list of argument which you want to pass. So in this case I will pass all of these three value and save it. Now you can return this value, okay, directly, that's fine, and then save it. Now once you have this endpoint, let's go here and add that mutation reference. So we say constant create user is equal to use mutation. Okay, make sure to import this use mutation, and then you have to refer which mutation you want to use. So in this case api dot user, and then you will get suggestion for create user. Okay, now here we'll check if get user is present. Okay, sorry, the if get user is undefined, we'll say if undefined, then we'll insert it. So we'll say create user. Inside that we have to provide all the arguments, for example name of the user, which we'll get it from user dot user dot, I don't know why it's not getting it. So here we'll just write given underscore name, comma, then email, which is user dot email, and then image is user dot picture. Okay, and now our created user is there. Now this is a promise, so you can write then response, you can just console the response as well if you want. Okay, perfect, and then save it. So this need to be like this, and save it. Okay, and now if you see, we got the information that okay, record is inserted, and we have this two record. I don't know why we inserted two. Okay, maybe we refresh it. But now if I go to the database, the new table is get created called user, and it has a two records. Okay, that's because we need to make this use effect actually get executed two times. Okay, so that's the reason it's showing twice, but that's fine, we can clean that out, it's not big deal. Right now we'll delete one record, so let's delete this one. Now as soon as, even though if you don't have table, right, and we have the mutation query, it Convex will automatically taking care of that one. It will automatically insert or create a table for us, and then it will insert a record. Okay, not only this one, but here if I go to this function, right here you will see the function called user. It inside that we have this get user and the create user, and here you will see the statics. Okay, where did you get error or something like that. Now for this one, if you see, we got some errors initially when you are trying to execute, but each function will give you how much the speed, and you will get the execution time and lot of things. Perfect. So that's all for this particular section, guys. I hope you understand how we fetch the data from the Convex database. Also we learn how we insert the record inside the Convex database. Okay, next we'll learn about the schema, how you can add the schema inside the inside our application through the Convex. So we implemented the query and mutation with the Convex, but there is one problem with this one. So if you see here, we use this use query and we pass the user's email address, but there might be some server side loading to get the client or user details from this kind browser, okay, and that time the user email will be undefined or it might be a null, and it might throw error when you are try to execute this use query, okay, and you try to connect with the convex backend. So the question is how to solve this issue, okay. So what we are going to do for that one, convex provide a very important function where you can skip the particular query, okay. So here if you see, right, this is the convex documentation where you can skip the query if you don't want to connect or call to the backend if you don't have an parameter value, okay. But if you know that parameter value is going to come up, but it will take some time, okay, so that time you have to call this one-off queries, okay. This one-off query you have to call with this await function, and you have to define this use convex hook, and with the help of this convex.query you can call that API and then pass the parameter. So same thing we are going to do here, okay. So instead of this use query I will comment this code over here, and inside the user, right, here we need to add the async function. So better we can write a new method or called constant, we'll say check user, and this will be async. So here we'll check constant, we'll say result is equal to await, and as I say we have to define the one hook called constant convex is equal to use convex, and this use convex hook is importing from the React. Now let's use that one. So we'll say await convex dot query, and then the query is API dot user dot get user, okay, and here we need to pass the parameter, so which is from user dot email, because we know that once we call this check user, right, we have this user information. Now we call all of this method over here, okay, and we'll just check if result dot length, because we have the all the result, and if there is a length, oh sorry, we need to write if the result dot length is not there, then only create a new user, otherwise don't create. And this check user method will call it here, okay. So whenever the user information is available, we'll call this check user method, and it will check the user is already there or not. If he is already there, then we don't need to add it, or if the user is not there, then we will add the user data. Now save everything, go here, and then let's test this out. So clean everything, refresh it. So if you see nothing is happened, right, it means no user data is added newly, okay. But in the database, let me clean everything for now, okay. So this is the database, and if you see we only have one user, okay. If I delete this user now, okay, because we don't have any new user now, and try to refresh it, now if you see we got, obviously it's adding two data, we will fix it in a moment, but it means our data is inserted. And if you see the database now, we have two user. Let me delete one, and now if I refresh it, it will not add any new data, okay. Still we have only one data or one record, okay, perfect. So that is working. Now the question is we are getting two record inserted, right, because we are inside this next.config.js, we have to add here react strict mode and just make it false, okay. Because what happened if you did not mention this react strict mode, this use effect actually execute twice, okay. It's not sure, but it's execute twice. So if you mention this react strict mode as a false, it will execute only once, okay. And let's test this out as well. So let me clean this one, refresh it. Oops, so let me check again. So if you see now only one record get inserted, okay. And let's see the database as well. See, only one record now, okay, perfect. So that's all for this particular section, because that's what I wanted to tell you, how we can solve this issue, okay. Because there are some many times that you need to wait for the previous data, some parameter which you need to pass or provide to this convex query, okay, or convex API, or need to connect with the backend, and that time you need to use this convex query, where it in convex they call it as a what is this, called one-off queries. Okay, or here we have, you can even skip the query as well. Okay, if you don't have the parameter value and you don't want to connect with the data backend. Okay, so yeah, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to understand the application workflow. So if you see, this is the eraser application which we are going to clone in this particular course. So here on the top left side we have this beautiful sidebar, and then we have a header with a search option along with this different option, okay, or different tab. So here inside this sidebar we have this option called team selection, okay, where you can select the team, or you can even create a new team as well. Okay, so once you click on this create button, it will open a new route, and where you can add the details, and then you can just press continue to create a new team inside your organization. Now each team has a number of documents. Okay, and obviously if I select or change this team, obviously document will obviously you have to add new documents in that particular team. Okay, so it's a team wise thing. Also here we have some of the option like all files, the folders, and these are some of the option. And also you can even create a new file as well, and here obviously you have only 5 files you can create per team. Okay, so that limitation also you have here. So everything we are going to implement, so don't worry. But let me tell you one important thing here, that we need to create a method or one screen as well, which will help us to create a team. Okay, and under this team obviously you can add a multiple documents. Okay, and each team has a different documents. For example, team 1 document cannot belong to team 2. Okay, that is very important. Second thing, if user don't have a team, once he sign up to the application and once launch on this particular dashboard, if user don't have team, we have to make sure that you will redirect it to the create team page, this particular team particular page, so that user will first create a team name or add a team name, and then obviously we need to store that data in database, and then only we'll redirect it to a dashboard with the team name and all. Okay, so that we can show it here, and everything will connect to that team information. Okay, so that is important. So first thing, let's create a new route. Okay, so let me go back here. So here let me close all of this tab, and first thing we'll do, we will create a new route here. Okay, so inside the route folder we'll create a new route called we'll create a new folder called teams. Inside the team folder we create a new folder again called create, and inside that we'll create a new page.tsx file, and then add the default template, and let's rename this one to say create team, and then save it. Okay, let's test this out. So let's go to our application. Here if I go to this team slash create, if I open it, and if you see, the create team page is showing on the screen. Perfect. Now we have to make sure, once we land on the dashboard, we have to make sure that we need to check that team is already added to this particular user or not. At least one team need to be there under this user's name. Okay, so we need to create a new API. So inside the convex, folder, I will create a new file called teams.tsx. so inside this teams.tsx, we'll create a new query. So before that, let's add import v from convex slash values. Okay, and here let me close this one. Here we'll say simply export constant get team query, and inside this I will just add first we'll get the arguments will be user's email. We'll check with the user's email ID that this team is any team is belong to this particular user. So we'll just say v.string, and then we'll need to add a handler. This needs to be async, and we'll add arrow function, and then we'll add a constant result is equal to await ctx.db query query, and here we need to provide the table name. So in this case we'll add a teams as a table name. Then we'll add a filter option. Let me bring this down. And similar way we have to add the filter option, like q is equal to q dot equal and equal to q dot fill with name created by. Okay, if created by is match with the arguments dot email dot collect, like this. Okay, and then we'll simply return the result like this. Perfect. Okay, now this get team method, will save this one. Let's go to this page.tsx. okay, but instead of that one, obviously not here, but we need to call that method inside the dashboard. Okay, so inside the dashboard we'll create a new layout file. Okay, so which help us to divide our layout, one for the sidebar and one for the other section. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we create a new file called, we'll say layout. We have to call with the name layout.tsx, and we'll add the default template. Here I'm gonna call dashboard layout. Okay, here we need to pass the children, so here I will add a children like this. Okay, and we'll pass the children over here. Now here we need to provide the data type and all. So from this layout.tsx I will just copy everything as it is, because we are using TypeScript, right? Like this. And everything's look good to me. Oh, the spelling is incorrect. So yeah, children, and save it. Now even go, if I go to this localhost 3000/dashboard, see, nothing get changed. Okay, only thing that now our all the dashboard pages will render from these children. Now inside this dashboard layout, we're gonna call that particular method. Okay, but here is the catch. Again, in this case as well, we need to get the user information. Okay, because we need to pass user email. So what we'll do, I will write constant, then we'll say user is equal to use kind browse client. Okay, to get the users detail, and then we'll add the use effect. Okay, and we'll plus empty. Now here we'll write one method called constant check team method. It will check whether the user already have the team created or not, and we'll make this async. Now here we'll add a constant result is equal to await, and obviously we need to get the convex.query. So let's define that convex hook. Convex is equal to use convex. We'll simply call convex.query, and then we have to pass that query. Okay, so api.teams.getTeam. Okay, and here we need to pass the parameter, which is email, and it will be user.email. Okay, so if you see, it's saying that your user is might be email might be undefined, because here let's define init, type any. Okay, perfect. Now here we will simply check if response is response dot length result. Okay, it need to be a result. If result dot length is not there, then we need to navigate to the create team page. Okay, which we created the new route, just, and then here we need to navigate. So let's define the router is equal to use router from the next/navigation. Make sure you will import from this next/navigation, and then here just add router dot push push, and here we need to define the route path, which is team/create. Okay, let me check is teams or is teams/create, and then save it. Now here we use the use effect, so here we need to make this as a use client. Okay, and let's test this out. So okay, so we need to call this check team method inside the use effect, and only when the user information is available. So I will pass the user and I will add the condition. Let's refresh it, and oh wow, so here we got one error. Okay, so it's saying team/team./create. Okay, so okay, so let's go to dashboard again, and boom, if you see, as soon as go to dashboard, it's redirected to create team, because inside our database we don't have a table name called teams or any record about the team. Okay, so here now what we can do, we need to create a UI page for the create team, so that we can add the team name information. Okay, so similar like what we have here. So if I go back to this eraser application and click on this create team, this is how page will look like. Okay, so let's add that one. So let me close all tab and let's go to this page.dxs to create the team page. Okay, so first thing, let's add a image and we'll add the logo. So here is /logo black.png. okay, here we need to give alt tag called logo. We'll give width of 100 and then height of 100, and if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, you can increase the size maybe 200 and 200. Perfect. Now for this class name, let's give padding of 7. Let's give more padding of maybe 16. Perfect. Then we'll add a new div. Inside the div, we'll say add h2 tag, and it will just write this: what should we call your team, and another h2 tag for this line, subheading. Okay, perfect. Now let's apply some styling to this one. So class name, we'll add a font bold, text of 40 pixel, and padding y to 3. And for this one, I'm gonna add a class name of text gray 500, and this is how it looks. So for this div, let's add a class name, make it flex column. Let's make item to be in the center and margin top to 8. Okay, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. See, perfect. Now let's add the another div which contain the label. Inside this label, we'll just say team name, and then we want the input box like this. Okay, so which we can get it from the shared cn UI. So let's go to the shared cn, and inside the component you will find the component called input. So this is how we want, right? So let's install this component. So let's copy this the npm command and paste it here inside that. So it will install the input component, and then you can just add the input component from this component, shared cn component. Okay, now here you can add the placeholder. Let me check. So placeholder name you can give like team name. Okay, and let's add a class name, margin top to 3, and let's save it. Now for this div, I'll add the class name, we'll give margin top to 7, and we'll give width of 40%. If I increase the size, this is how it look beautifully looks. See, only thing that I'm going to change this class name to text gray 500. Perfect. After this one, we need to add a button. So let's add a button from the shared cn only, and for that button we'll just say create team. Now let's give class name, we'll add the background of blue 500, and for that one as well, we give margin top to 9 and then width to 40%. See, okay, now if you see on the smaller screen it's not look good. Okay, so what you can do, we added this padding 16, right? So what we can do, I will add the padding X to 16 and padding Y 20, maybe 16. Perfect. And this padding 16 is applicable only when the screen size is medium or larger. For the smaller screen we can add padding X to maybe 10, maybe 6. Yeah, and if I increase the size, see, this is how beautifully it looks. Okay, and this is the one which already I have. Obviously we will not match the exact same one, but somehow we will develop it because our main goal is to implement the feature actually. Okay, and I hope you understand how we beautifully implemented this create team page. Now once user input something, right, we need to store this value in some state, and on the click of this create team we need to add it inside our database. So first thing, let's save it in state. So call constant team name comma set team name is equal to use state, and this need to be a string, so I will pass the empty string. And for this input we will add one property called on change. It has an event e, and we'll say set the team name as e dot target dot value. Okay, so it will set the name. Now obviously we use this use state, so we have to make this page as a use client. Okay, next we have to make sure that if the input is empty, then we have to disable this button. So we have to add a property called disable, and here we'll add the condition if not, and then we'll add the team name and team name dot length is greater than 0. See, and if I enter some value abc, it's enabled immediately. Okay, also on hover, if you see it's little darker, so I will add the on hover method. So for the css I will add hover, we'll add the background little darker. Okay, so if I hover on it, yeah, perfect, maybe a little lighter. Perfect. Okay, now obviously if I type something and create team, we have the data inside this use state called team name. Okay, now we have to create an API endpoint which will store or create a new record inside our team table. So let's go to this convex folder, and inside this we have this team.tsx file, right? So here I will add the export constant. We'll say create team is equal to mutation, obviously because we are doing the CRUD operation, and inside that we'll first fetch the arguments, which will be the email called v.string, and then handler. So this handler is of type async. Okay, and now inside this one we have to add constant result is equal to await, say ctx dot db. Now obviously we want to insert the record, so we'll say insert and then table name, which is teams. Okay, and then we need to pass the arguments, which is our email information. Okay, and then save it. Now here is thing, obviously this argument is little different, so here we need to pass a different argument. Okay, first is team name we need to pass. So what are the team names? So team name is of type string, and then created by. Okay, so who created that email address we need to pass. So obviously the type is of string, and whatever the argument we pass, it will create a column name with the table name and the created by. Okay, and here we'll return the result simply and save it. Now inside this team page we need to call the method inside this one method. We need to call this create team API. So let's go here. First define this mutation called constant create team is equal to use mutation, and here we need to define API dot teams dot create team. And now we'll define one method called constant create new team. Okay, and here we'll just call this method called create team. Okay, set this mutation, and here we need to pass argument for first is team name, which is the team name which we already have, and then user email, which is which we need to get it. Okay, so not email, we need to add created by actually, and we need to get user email. So by using constant user is equal to use kind browser client, and here we just simply user dot email. Okay, now it's saying that string might be a null, so make this as a type any, and this is a promise, so we'll just console the response. Okay, and if the response is successful, we're gonna show some toast message that okay, you created a new team, and then we will redirect it to the dashboard. Okay, so first thing, let's, in order to add the toast message, so SASS UI has a beautiful component called toast. Okay, and if I click on this button, this is how the toast will look like. But they also newly added this another component called sonar, which also toast again, but the toast is little different. If I hover on this one, you will see the previous toast message as well. Okay, and this is much easier than a toast. Okay, so first thing, let's import this sonar. So I will copy this one, and then you have to add this toaster component inside your parent layout. Okay, so over here I will add it. Make sure to import this toaster from the sonar, and then in order to use this one, you just need to call toast. If you see this toast from the sonar, and then message, so we can say team created successfully. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously we need to redirect it as well, so I will define router here, and we'll say router dot push, and just simply add a dashboard. Okay, and obviously we're gonna show the toast message as well. Let's save everything and let's test this out. So if you see right now, currently in our data inside our convex database, we don't have the table name called teams. Okay, but let's create a new team. We can call it as a TubeGuruji YouTube, and we'll say create team, and nothing has happened because we did not connect this create new team component to this button. Okay, so here for this button we need to add a on click method. So on click, and then we need to call this create new team method. Okay, now let's add this TubeGuruji YT create team, and boom, if you see on the bottom we have this beautiful team created successfully toast message, and also we redirect to this dashboard page. But if you see the database, we have a new table called teams, and inside that we have the new record with the created by, which is the user name, but with the team name which we created, and the date as well. Okay, and obviously each record has a unique ID, which is important because we're gonna need that in later to fetch that team information. Okay, so this is how you can easily add the create team, or you can add the newly add the create team with the help of new page, and this is how with the help of convex we store the record as well. Now in this section we are going to design the sidebar. So if you see this eraser application, here we have this side navigation bar, and it contains these options where we can select the team from the existing one. Then you have some option to join or to create the team, settings, logout, and the user's information. Okay, and more other details as well. So first let's implement this drop down and some option in that one. So let's go to our application and then we'll open it here, and inside this dashboard, right, we'll create a new folder called components. Okay, so underscore components, and all the components related to this dashboard will keep inside these components. Now here I will put sidenav.tsx file. Okay, add the default template and then save it. Now once we add this side navigation bar, we need to add it inside this layout.tx, because we want to divide the screen into two parts, right? One part where the sidebar will be fixed throughout the application, means at least at the workspace or inside the dashboard at least, and only this content going to change, right? So what we are going to do, let's go to the layout, and inside this layout I will add the side navigation bar over here. Okay, like this. But let's divide the screen into two parts. So inside div I will add one div for the side and one div for the children. Okay, so I'll put this side nav in one div and this children in another div. Okay, and then for this div I will mark it as a grid. Then we'll make grid columns 4. Okay, we'll divide the complete screen into 4 columns, and then we'll assign out of 4 columns we will assign 3 columns to these children. So we'll say grid column 3 like this. Okay, and let me refresh it once, and if you see now side navigation bar is showing on the screen. If I increase the size, this is how it looks. Perfect. Now let's go to this side navigation bar. First thing, just to make sure that it's visible, so I will add the little bit class name, background gray color of maybe 100. Okay, so it will be visible to our eyes, and we'll add a height to screen. Also we'll fix it, and then we'll add width of 64, maybe 64, like this. Okay, and then save it. If I increase the size, this is how it looks on the screen. So I did make it this 72, and that's fine now. Okay, let's add a border on the right. So border on the right, so we'll get border, and perfect. Now to this sidebar navigation bar, we're gonna add all the details. Okay, so first thing, let's add the image for the icon. Source, make sure to import this image from the next/image, and then we'll add a source in the tag, and we'll add logo1.png. We'll give the alt tag as a logo, then give a width of 30 and then height of 30. See, like this. Okay, we'll if I increase the size, this is how it looks. It's very small. Let's make it a little bigger, make it 40 and 40. After that I will gonna add h2 tag, and inside that h2 tag it will show the team name. Okay, right now we don't have the list of team, so just now I will hard code it here, and once we have the information we will update it. Now let's bring in everything in one line. So this wrap this div inside one div like this, and make it class name to be flex, make it item to be in the center, and for this parent div I'm gonna add padding of 6. Okay, inside the class name we'll add padding of 6. Okay, then here I will do gap of 3. Perfect. If I increase the size, this is how it looks. After this one I'm gonna add one logo. So from the chevron down, I don't know what is called chevron down. Okay, now if you see, this logo is importing from the Lucid React. Okay, and when we added the ShareCN library, that time also the Lucid icon get added. Okay, so this is the beautiful library. If I go to this lucid.dev, you will see a bunch of icon, and it's very easy to use. Okay, when you type it you will get the suggestion, and then you can just add it. So if you see this chevron down, and if this is how it looks, right, let's make it in one line. So for this h2 tag I will add a class name, I will make it flex and gap of 2. See, like this. Okay, make item to be in the center, and now let's give some styling. So first thing, I will add a hover effect to this one. So I will add a hover and we'll say background to be gray 200. Okay, so if I hover on this one, this is how it looks. Let's add some padding of 2 and we'll make corner to be rounded, maybe medium. See, like this. Okay, then also we'll make the cursor to be pointer. Perfect, now looks good to me. Then let's make padding 3. For this team name text, we're gonna add a font to be medium, or maybe we can add bold, and we'll change text to 17 pixel, little bigger. Okay, see, like this. I will make this rounded corner large little bit so it look like this. Yeah, perfect. Okay, next, now what we need to do, once user click on this particular selection of the team, right, we are supposed to show the menu icon. So let me show you how it looks. So like this. Okay, only thing I want to change here, if you see this is a gray, let's try to make this slate, and yeah, that's much better. Perfect. Now for getting the drop down, right, we're gonna use a shadcn component. Okay, let's go to the shadcn.com, and inside the component we are gonna use the popover. So popover, this is how it looks, right? So when you click it, obviously it will show this beautiful pop-up dialog box kind of thing, and then you can update this content. Okay, it's not fixed, so let's add this npm library. So just add this component first. Once you add this component, you have to import this popover. Okay, but before that, what I'm going to do, we'll put all this content in one component, because we want to add a lot of things. See, here we need to add this particular section, then we have this bottom section as well. Okay, so just what we can do, we can create a new component, and we'll get side nav top section dot tsx and add the default template, save it, and we'll add another one which will say side nav bottom section dot tsx and add the default template. Okay, now inside the side whatever we wrote inside navigation bar, I will just copy, from not from this one, from this div. I will cut it from here, go to the top section and just paste it here. Okay, and let's make sure to import this image and this icon as well. Okay, and then save it. Obviously we need to import this side navigation top section and save it, and this is how it looks, nothing get changed. See, okay, now let's add the popover, because we need to copy this import statement. So I will paste it here, and then we'll use this popover. Okay, now let me put this. Oh, we are putting in different component. Let me cut it from here and let me paste it here, and then copy this popover like this. Okay, now this popover, if you see it, if I save this one, and let me show you how it looks right now. So if you see, we have this open button. If you click on this is popover will show. Okay, so this is the trigger button where the popover will enable or will display it on the screen, right? So what we need to do, we need to put all of this div inside this popover. Okay, so let me bring this popover at the parent level, and then this div I will keep inside this trigger. Okay, now if I click on this one, see the popover is displaying on the screen. Okay, perfect. Now let me make this format documents. Okay, perfect. Now we'll add some styling to this content. So add a class name, we'll say margin left to 7. Okay, and now if you see, it will align to this one. Perfect. And also we'll add a padding of 4. Now let me remove this content, and then we'll add our own content here. Okay, so first thing, obviously we'll display the team information. So it will be we'll add a div s2 tag, and we'll just display team name. Okay, this is sample name. Obviously we will replace it with the once we have the all the list of team. Then we need to display the list of menu. Okay, so what I will do, I will write a constant, will say menu. Inside that I will add in one name. I will add a name as a maybe create theme as one option, and we'll give path. So path will be team / create. Okay, so once user click on this one, it will check for the path and will go to that path. And second, I will add of id to name, will add settings, and then we'll add a path, but right now we don't have path, for we'll keep empty. So for this one we'll also add an icon. So icon will be users, okay, from the Lucid React. And for this one I will add the icon, and which is the settings. Okay, perfect. Now next, let's add this menu icon. So here what I will do, I will say team section. Okay, just to realize, and this is menu section, or we say option section. Okay, and here then now we need to iterate that one. So menu dot map, and inside that we will add item comma index, and then we have to add display that list of menu. Okay, so inside the h2 tag I will just add item dot name. Okay, like this, and save it. And if you see, now we have this two menu called create team and setting. Also along with this one we need to add the icon. So here we'll say item dot icon, like this, and save it. And if you see, the icon is also displaying. Now let's apply some styling. So flex gap 2, item to be in the center. So this is how it looks. That's look good to me. Then we'll give padding of 2. Okay, and on hover we'll change background gray to 100. Okay, if I hover on it, this is how it looks. Obviously we'll change this corner to be large, and text I will make it small. Also for this icon we'll change the size. So class name I will add height of 4, width of 4. Okay, perfect. See, obviously we'll make this cursor pointer, and that's pretty much for this particular icon, sorry, this menu. Okay, now there will be a third menu for the logout as well. Okay, so obviously logout will be a button, because we have the kind logout link button. So what I will do, I will copy this existing h2 tag, I will paste it here. Only thing that here I'm going to change to actual icon, which is logout, and here I will change this text to logout. Okay, and nothing will get changed. See, and also I will wrap this h2 tag inside the logout link. Okay, and if you see, this logout link is importing from this kind authentication. Just wrap this h2 tag, oops, like this, and then save it. Okay, so we have one error somewhere, I don't know what. Okay, nothing. Okay, everything's good, perfect. And if you see, now we have this logout button as well. Now we need to add a separator here. Okay, separator means the horizontal line. So again, this shared scene is providing the separator component as well. Okay, it's just a horizontal line like this. See, so I'll just import this separator component first, and then we'll add the separator after this one. So add a separator, and for this one I will say class name margin top to 2. Yeah, and same separator I will add after this logout as well, so after this div. Okay, and then we'll add this section will be now we'll say user info section. Okay, where we're gonna show the user information like this. Here if you think that color is little lighter, you can change the color. Actually background we'll say slate 50. Yeah, maybe let's say 100. How it looks, 100 is good. Same thing I will add for this separator as well. Okay, and now next we need to add a user information. So I will add a one div. Inside that we'll add an image. Here we need to provide the source. Okay, So in this case, we need to provide a source of the user's login profile pic. Okay, now we need a user information over here. So you can get it from the constant. So there are a couple of ways, because we are in the child component, right? One another way that we can fetch it here, and then we can just pass it inside the side navigation top section. Okay, so you don't need to call that hook again and again. So simply I will add a constant user inside the side navigation. Okay, is equal to use kind browser client. I will make this as a type any because we don't know the type. Okay, but for now we'll keep as it is. And this user information, I will just pass it here, user, and user is equal to user. Okay, so if you see right now we don't know the type. Okay, and then if I go here, let's accept it here as a prop. Okay, if I try to put this kind user, okay, I don't know the type here, but for now I will keep as it is. We'll change this type later on. Let's save this one. Okay, so we got error. Okay, I don't know why constant is showing here. Okay, so it's saying the pop over is unexpected. Let me see. Okay, so maybe we missed this one. Okay, so let's refresh it and put user over here. Let's save this one, and then we'll use user profile pic over here. Okay, so that's the reason for showing error, and here will be the picture. Alt will be the user. Let's save this one. Okay, we have one error, that's fine. If I click on it, okay, so as soon as I click on it, it's saying that this particular domain is missing the width property. So let's add a width. Obviously we need to add a width for the image. So we'll add a width of maybe 30, height maybe 30. Okay, and cannot read property of null. If I put user, and also I will wrap this div inside the user. Okay, if user is present, then only show this particular div. Save it. Let's open this one. Oh wow, so this error is showing that you need to add a host name, this particular host name inside the next.config.js. This error came because if you are using any picture from the URL, okay, or any source from the URL, Next.js need to make sure that this URL you are aware of, and you need to add that particular domain inside your next.config.js. okay, this is for the security purpose. So let's go to this next.config.mjs file. Here you have to write images. Inside the images you have to provide the domain which you want to allow. Okay, so in this case let's copy this domain. So I will copy this domain and just paste it here. If you have multiple domain, you can define inside this array. Okay, now as soon as you update this next.config.js file, and you can actually rerun the project, or make sure to refresh it again. Okay, if it did not work, then stop the server and restart it again. Now if I open it, and if you see, now the beautiful user profile pic is showing on the screen. Now I will just add a class name. We'll add a rounded corner, rounded to be full, and that's all. Okay, I think let's add a class name to this one. So add margin top to 2. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now after this one, I'm gonna add one div. Inside the div, I'm gonna show user's name. So this will be a user dot, and it will be a given underscore name, and another one for the user underscore family underscore name. Okay, so this is obviously everything is coming from the kind, and one is for the email. So here another h2 tag for the email. Now let's I'll bring everything in one line. So for this div, I will make it flex. Let's give gap of 2 and make item to be in center. Now for this div, for this particular h2 tag of the title user's name, I will add the text of 14 pixel. Okay, if you see, sometimes I gave the value inside the bracket because I want to give value custom value and not from the Tailwind CSS classes. So that's time whatever value you want to give, custom value you want to give, you can give inside these brackets. Next, we'll add a font bold. See, like this. Same thing, I will add a class name to this one, and we'll make text of 12 pixel, and then we'll make text gray. Text gray, save it. Maybe we can change to 500 and save it. Okay, and beautifully we beautifully showing this user information as well. And if you see the current one, this is how the user is displaying, and this is how our UI displaying. Quite similar, right? Perfect. Now the one last important thing is to fetch the team's information, right? We need to get the team information. Here we mark it as a type any. Okay, oh, outside of this we need to mark actually. Okay, I don't know the type means, because obviously we are getting this information. You can create an interface, but I will keep as it is for now. Now as I say, we need to create one method called get constant get team list, and this method will get the team list from the backend. Okay, so obviously we need to define the convex first. So convex is equal to use convex, and then we'll get constant result is equal to await convex dot, we have to write a query, and then from the API dot teams dot get team. Okay, and this will give us a list of team. Okay, but here we need to pass the user's email address. Okay, only that user email address teams will fetch it out. So we have to pass email as user dot email. Okay, perfect. Obviously this is await. We have to make this method as a async. Okay, now inside that we have the list of teams. Okay, we'll just console it. So team list, oops, and here we'll say team. Oh god, I don't know why this, I hate this suggestion kind of thing. We'll just display the result. Okay, and save it. Now obviously get team list we need to call inside the use effect as soon as this component get load, and when the user's information is available. So here I will pass the user, and when the user information is available, then only will execute this get team list. Okay, and then save it. Now if I increase the size, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and over here let me refresh it once. Okay, so if you see, now we got this team list, and inside the team list we have this list of team currently inside the database. Okay, if I go to the database, if you see the teams, only one record is there, and that is what it's displaying on the screen. If you see, we have error because it's saying that each child in a list should be a unique key prop. So obviously we map, okay, we show you the list over here. For this h2 tag I will add the key as an index, and now if I refresh it, now you will not see that error. Okay, and now only the team list. Now once you have the team list, we need to save in one state. So let's define constant team list comma set team list is equal to use state. Okay, now here we need to define the type of the team list, right? So define the interface. So I will define export constant, I will define interface with a team, and then inside this one you can define, for example, created by, and is of type string, right? String, sorry, this need to be interface, so this has to be interface like this. Okay, then once define type, let's write a team name, okay, which will be the type string, and we'll say creation, we'll need id, so underscore id is of type string. Okay, so whatever the information you needed, you can just use that one. And if you see, these are the field you need to add it inside the interface. Okay, so that just you are defining the type. Okay, so that you will not make a mistake in future. Now here you have to define the type called team, and as this is the list of array, you have to define the empty array like this. Okay, and now simply you have to save it using this, or you have to set the team list using set team list and the result, and boom. Okay, perfect. Now we have to iterate the list of team. So here we define the team name. Okay, and this is a team section, so here we'll just iterate it. So we'll say team list dot map, inside that we'll get team comma index like this. Okay, and we'll just put this h2 tag inside the team list, and then I will just add a team dot, and if you see, you got the suggestion now. You select the team name. If I save this one, let me, okay, so here again we need to define the key property to this one. So key as an index, and if I increase the size, let me close this one now. But if I drop down it, if you see, now the team name is coming up. Okay, perfect. Obviously we will add some styling to this one, so add a class name, and for this one I'm gonna add a background on hover color as well, but along with that we'll add a padding of 2. Then on hover we'll change background blue to 500, and on hover as well I will change text to white. Okay, and save it. And if you see, if I hover on it, this is how it looks. Let's make corner to be rounded. So rounded will be the large. Margin bottom I will give 1, and we'll make cursor pointer. See, like this. Okay, perfect. Now one user click on this one. Right now if you see, right, we have to make one of the team as a default one. Okay, so let's create one state constant. We'll say selected team, or we say active team. Okay, active team comma set active team is equal to use state, and we have to define type is of type team, like this. Okay, now by default we'll set the first team as a default one. So we'll say just add set active team, and we'll get the result from the 0th one, like this. As simple as that, right? And here obviously we'll show active team dot team name. Okay, and save it. And now if you see, the default team name is coming up over here. See, if I drop down it, you will see the team name as well. Okay, and obviously if the team name is, the selected team name is there, we will change this background to blue. So so over here, okay, let me bring this down as well, or not here but inside the class name. We need to add a conditional styling. Okay, so under conditional classes, so make sure to wrap this in curly braces, add this particular tag, remove this single quote, and then you can, inside the dollar sign like this, you can write your condition. For example, in this case I will say active team dot team name, it matches with the team dot team name, or you can say ID as well. I think ID is much better, so because ID will be the unique, right? And then I think then we can write condition, and we can say background, or something better. Okay, inside that we have to write and then we'll say background to be blue, 500, and text to be white, and save it. And boom, if you see now, right, because this is a selected one, it show this one. Perfect. Okay, also we'll write on click method to this h2 tag. Okay, so okay, let me bring this down here, not this one but this tag. Now here I will say on click, and on the click of this particular tag, right, we'll just set active team as a team. Okay, save it. Now right now obviously we have only one active team, so that's the reason it's not showing. But if user click on create team, we want to show the new page, and there if you user add a new team, it will show display on the screen, right? Let's do that one now. So on the create team, we need to add, we'll add a one constant, and we'll say menu on menu click method. Okay, it will take the item as a value. I will put is of type any for now, and on the menu click we have to add it for this menu section, the option section, right? So for this h2 tag I will add here. So on click, on menu click we'll pass the item. Okay, and save it. So let's go here, and we'll add a check with the condition if item dot path is available, right? Then we'll simply route to this particular page, right? In order to route it, we need to define the router from the next/navigation, and then simply we'll write router dot push, and then the path, which is item dot path. and then save it. Okay, perfect. Now if I open this one, click on create theme. Okay, and if you see, it jumped to the create theme. Now let's try to create a new theme. We'll say test theme environment, for example. Okay, and if I click on create theme, if you see, the theme created successfully. If I get the drop down, and if you see, your team name is showing on the screen. If I click on this team, see, now this team will be the active one, and here the name also get changed. See, so beautiful, right? Perfect. Same thing, if I log out from the screen, it will get log out from the screen, and it will navigate to the dashboard, oh sorry, the home screen, landing screen. Okay, and then we have this beautiful section as well. Perfect. So I hope you understand how we beautifully design this section, where you can able to see the settings, the create name, you can even log out, and this beautiful drop down with the shared C and pop over component. Now we're gonna add this bottom section along with this all file button. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and in the top section to the bottom. So let me wrap this pop over in one div actually. Okay, so we'll add one div, and we'll wrap inside this one. Okay, and here we'll say all file button. So in this one we will simply use the button from the shared scene like this. Okay, inside this we'll write all files. Okay, and we want to show the icon as well, so here I will gonna add layout grid icon. Just save it, and let me refresh it once, and this is how it looks right now. See, okay, now obviously we want to change this button, so we'll change this variant to outline. Okay, and then we'll add some class names. Class name we'll make it to be full, and also we'll make a base justify at the start. So it will, what it will do, it will the text will show at the from the start. Then we'll go gap of 2, something like this. Perfect. And if you see right now we applied this gray color. Okay, we'll remove this gray color now because we are done with that one. So I will just remove this gray color. Perfect. And obviously we'll add a border of 1 pixel like this. Okay, let's go back to our this particular button. Okay, now over here we'll add a font to be bold, and we'll change the size of this icon. So class name height of 5, width of 5. Perfect. And then I'm gonna give margin top to 8, something like this. Perfect. Also we'll change background to gray, 200, maybe we'll do 100. Perfect. Okay, and this is similar like this one, only the icon is different, but that's fine because we don't have the filled menu icon, that's the reason. Okay, so this is how we complete with the top section. Obviously just ignore this one. Okay, we'll fix this out because this is a fixed one, that's the reason it's showing on the top of that one, but that's fine. Now we need to design the bottom section, and if you see in the bottom section we have this menu, some options. Then we have this button to create a new file. Okay, if you see this is button we can create. Obviously right now you are done with the maximum limit, but yeah, this is how it works. And then we will show this progress bar as well. So let's go back here, and let's me close all of this window, and then open the side navigation, bottom tab navigation. Okay, make sure to add this one. So obviously once you add inside this top navigation bar, oh sorry, not top, the side navigation bar, here we're gonna add that one. So div, and inside this div let's add the sidebar bottom section. Okay, but if you see right now it's come at the top, we want it at the bottom. So what you can do for this particular div, make this div as a flex, then make it flex column. Okay, and for this side top navigation bar, let's wrap inside one div, and just mark this div as class name flex1. Okay, and automatically the bottom section will come at the bottom of this particular side navigation bar. Now we want to show the menu. Okay, so what I will do, I will add a constant menu list is equal to, and inside that we'll add id of 1, then we'll add a name and we can call it as a getting started. Then I will add an icon, I will add as a flag icon from the Lucid, and then path will keep empty for now. So I will copy this one a couple of times, and one is for the GitHub, we'll say GitHub, and other will say archive. Here we'll say GitHub, and here I will say archive. Okay, let's change this ID as well, this two, yeah, perfect. Now let's iterate this. Oh, my bad, actually we added this menu list inside this side navigation. We want that inside the side navigation bottom section. Let's cut it from here and paste it inside bottom navigation, not big deal. And make sure to add this, all of these icons as well. Perfect. Now let's iterate this one. So here I will just write in menu list dot map, menu list dot map. Inside that we'll have menu comma index and then h2 tag. So inside the h2 tag we'll display menu dot name, so it will display the list of menu name, right? Then obviously we want to display the icon as well, so here we'll say menu dot icon, and then obviously we'll apply some styling to this h2 tag. So add flex, let's do gap of 2, then we'll add a padding to 1 and padding x to 2. Okay, we'll make text of 14 pixel, little smaller, and let's add a hover effect as well. So on hover we'll change the background to gray color, and we'll make rounded to be medium, we'll make cursor to be pointer. Okay, and if I hover on this one, see, this is how it looks. Let's make padding of 2. Perfect. I think let's make padding 1 only. Okay, yeah, perfect. Once you're done with this one, let me change this icon size to s to be 4, width to be 4. I think 5 is enough. Perfect. Now once you have the menu list, right, you need to add a one button to add a new file, right? So here we'll add, say, add button, sorry, add new file button, add new file button. So this will be a button, okay, from the ShareCN, and here we'll just say new file. Okay, so make sure to import this button from the button, yeah. And if you see, now we have button. Let's apply some styling. So we make it width to be full, background to be blue, and we'll add on hover, we'll change background blue to 700, and we want this text on the left hand side. Okay, so we'll just say justify start, and also give margin top to 3. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful new file button, and on hover as well you'll see this effect. Perfect. After this one, we need to add this kind of progress bar, right? So we'll say progress bar. Okay, here obviously you can add it from the component as well, but we're gonna add our own custom one. Okay, it's very easy to do it. So once you define the div, let's add a class name, and here we will just say height of 4 and then width to be full. Okay, obviously it's not visible, but if you do the background of maybe gray 200 and make rounded full. Okay, also give margin top to 5, it will come like this. See, and your progress bar is ready, right? Now in order to show the completion progress, right, so you can add another div inside the existing div, and here as well you can add a class name height to be 4 okay, width to be full, and in this case background will change to the background different color, for example 600, see, like this, okay. But now obviously we want to show the progress, right? So for example in width, if I convert it to 40%, see, this is how it will look like, right? And otherwise make this rounded to be full. See, your progress bar is ready. So simple, right? Obviously once we have this percentage, right, we want to change this dynamically. This value we will change dynamically, okay, later on. But now, for now, we'll keep as it is. And the last is to show the how much progress is come up, sorry, file is get created and all, right? So for that one I will create h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag we'll say, for example, 1 out of 5 files used, okay. And another text is this one. Now for this h2 tag, let's add a class name. We'll say text of 12 pixel and margin top to 3, okay. And only thing that I will put this one inside the strong tag because it's a bold, right? So if I put inside the strong tag, oh, this need to be strong 1, and same thing I will copy and paste it here as well. Perfect. See, same thing I'm going to do for this one as well. Only thing that we'll change this class name, we will change this to 12 pixel size and margin top to 1. Perfect. And see, our sidebar is ready, right? Now if I go here and if you see this sidebar, it's quite matching what we build it, okay. Very clean as well. If I increase the size, let me increase the size actually, see, okay. And this is how our eraser application sidebar is ready, okay. So there are a couple of things now we need to work on. So first thing, when you click on this new file, right, we're gonna add the we want to navigate to the new screen, right? For example, if I click new file right now, if you see this, this is filled, right, we want to show this kind of dialog later on. But we have, if you did creating the first time the file, right, once you click on new file, it will open the workspace where we have the document and the side container where you can draw it as well, okay. So that kind of thing we are going to show, but for now I hope you understand this one. Next, what we are going to do, we're going to add this particular section, okay, where user can see the list of files as well, and this beautiful header section as well, okay. Now user click on this new file button, right? We need to give option to the user that he can enter the file name, and then once we add the file name, it will get added into the database as well, okay. So on the click of this new file, we need to show some dialog box where user can enter the input value for the file name. So for that one, let's go to these components, the SASS components, and just search for the dialog component. So it's very easy to use for this dialog, okay, and this is how it will look like. So first thing, you need to import this component. So just copy this dependency and paste it here, and once you've done this one, right, you have to copy this import statement as well. So I will copy this one, and obviously we need to import this one on the side navigation bottom section, right, because that's where we have this add new file button, correct. So what I'm going to do, I will add it over here, okay. Oh sorry, this is the import statement, we'll add it here, and then for the code, let's copy this code as it is, and inside this add new file you can paste, oh I don't know why it's not copied, just copy it here and paste it, okay. Now this is the dialog trigger, okay. So obviously on the click of new file, we need to make sure our dialog trigger will be added here, okay, and click it. Now if I go to our project and click on this one, if you see, we have this beautiful dialog, but this button is smaller, right? So what we can do for this dialog trigger, just make this width to be full like this, and if I click on this one, this is how it looks. Perfect. Now we'll change this dialog title to create new file, And then here on the dialog description, I'm gonna add a simple input box. Okay, so input, I will add it here. We'll add a placeholder. We'll say write file name or enter file name and save it. Okay, see, like this. We'll give margin top, so I will write class name margin top 2 3, and after that one I'm gonna add the button. So for the button, right, obviously on the click of button we also need to close this dialog box, and then we need to save the data. So first thing, if I go here, right, there is one option to add a custom close button. Okay, and if I click on this close button, see, the dialog is getting closed. So this similar button we need to add. For that one, let's add the footer, then a dialog closed component, and instead that we have the button. So I will just copy everything as it is, and we'll add it after the dialog header like this. Make sure to import this dialog footer and dialog close, and the variant I will remove this one, and we'll change the class name to background blue 600, and on hover we'll change background blue to 700. Okay, and here we'll just say create and save it, and let's test this out, and this is how it looks. See, okay, if I click this one, it will close it. On hover, I think it need to be like this. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we need to write one state to save the file name. Okay, so whatever user enter, we need to store that one, right? So here I will define constant. We'll say file input comma set file input is equal to use state, and this is of type string. I will pass empty string here, and this is the input, right? Over here I will add on change method e, and here we'll say set file input the event dot target dot value, so it will save the file input information. But also we need to make sure if user did not enter the file name, okay, we have to disable this create button, correct? So for that one, okay, and also I don't want this style, I will just remove because I want create button on the right hand side. Okay, and let's go back here, and here we'll add a condition. So we need to disable this button. Okay, this is how it looks, but only when we'll add a condition. So condition will be file input is available and file input dot length greater than 0 is not true. Okay, this condition we added, and if you see, let me close this one, let me open it now, and if you see, the button is disabled. If you enter the file name, now it enable, right? Or you can add a condition at least minimum 3 character need to be there, like kind of thing. Okay, until unless I did not enter the 3 characters, see, it's disabled, but as soon as I touch the 4th character, it's enabled. Okay, so that kind of thing, validation, you can add it. Perfect. Now once I click on this create button, we need to add on click event. So we'll add on click event, and we'll say on file create, and this method we're gonna pass. Okay, obviously with this method we have to pass the file input, and we'll pass this method back to our parent component, which is the sidebar. And for this one, I'm gonna give the type of any, and then if I go to the side navigation bar, here we'll accept it. Okay, and obviously on file create we have to create this method. So here I will just say constant on file create like this. Okay, and here obviously we'll just console the log, and the file name I will add it here. Okay, so here will be a file name, and obviously the type is string. Okay, perfect, and save it. Now let's test this out. Just we will enter the value and click on this create, will display the file name. Okay, so whenever you develop something, right, you have to go step by step, and you have to make sure that you are getting expected result at each of the point. So let me clean this one, let me add some values. So test file name, click create, and if you see, the dialog is gone, but also in the similar time we got the file name. Perfect, that is working fine. Now there are a couple of thing we need to do. Obviously, we need to write an API to save the file information. So let's go here inside the convex folder. We create a new file and we can call it as a files.tsx. So inside this one, let's import v from convex/values, and after that we'll write export constant, and we'll write a create file method is equal to mutation, and inside that mutation we need to write the for argument because we want to insert the file, okay, create a new file information. So first thing is argument. The argument will be a file name is of type string. Then we need to add a team ID. That is very important because under which team this file we need to save, right? So that team ID, so obviously this team ID is of type string, and then created by, okay, who created this file, so that that name as well, oh sorry, that one also we need to save, so that is also of type string. Then we need to add a handler, and this is async, so we'll add async, and inside the handler we write constant result is equal to await, and then we need to add ctx.database.insert statement, okay, and inside the insert we need to give the table name, which is files, comma, and the argument which we want to save it. So I will pass all the argument as it is, and then we'll simply return the result. Okay, perfect. Now our create file API is ready. Let's save this one, close this window, and over here we need to get that one, right? So first thing, let's define constant create file is equal to use mutation, right? Because anywhere, once you define the API, anywhere you can use this API now, right? With the help of just write use mutation. Here we need to add API dot files dot create file, okay? And now inside here we'll just write create file, and then we need to pass some of the argument, right? First is file name, we'll add a file name. Then we need to add a team ID. We don't have team ID in this particular component, right? So we need to get team ID, and then the last is user email, which is created by, so which will be a user dot email, okay? So the question is, now we need to get this information. So whenever, okay, let's go here inside navigation top section, okay? So inside side navigation top section, whenever user click on this select set active team, right, we need to send back that active name, right? So what we can do, simply I will add a one use effect, okay, and this use, okay, let me, so this use effect will execute whenever the set active get changed, okay? So active team value get changed, okay? So whenever active team value get changed, what I'm going to do here, I will write, oh sorry, oh god, so here if active team is available, means there is some value, and we'll say we'll just add some value, for example set active team info, I will say, okay, and this method I'm going to call, and inside this method I will just pass this active team information, okay? Now this method I'm going to call, and will pass here, we need to pass back to a side navigation bar. So I will write saved active name is of type any for now, and then inside the side nav, right, this is side nav, so here we need to add it, okay? So set active name, here will be the active team, okay, and here obviously we need to save in one state, so I will define one state actually, constant, we'll say active team comma set active team is equal to use state, like this, okay, and is of type actually team, okay? So because we exported this team, so that's fine, right? And here we'll just say set active team will be the active team, so is of type active type of, let me put the team, yeah, that's fine, perfect, Okay, now we have the active team name as well. Okay, here we'll just get active team dot and the team ID. Perfect, like this. So here we are getting one error. Okay, the set active name is not function because we defined this is outside. So what you can do, let me remove this one and we'll define inside like this. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, that error is gone, but we have three more error regarding this hydration issue. Okay, it's saying that expected server has to HTML content matching button and blah blah blah. So this is comes because we use the inside the bottom navigation bar, right? We use the button inside the dialog trigger. So for this dialog trigger we have to mark it as a child, I think. Okay, so similar like this one, see. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, this error is gone. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to our side navigation bar. Okay, and okay, just ignore this error because this is just kind of warning. Okay, but here now once we define this create file, what I will do, I will add then operator because this is promise, and we'll add if response is successful, we'll show the toast message. Okay, so we'll just say file created successfully like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if you got any error, so if I write the error message here as well, and we'll show the toast message and we'll say error while creating file. Simple. Okay, now let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I click on create new file and let's enter the file name, but just to make sure that right now if you see, we don't have the file table. Okay, but as soon as we enter some file name here, let's add a test file. Okay, and click on create, and if you see, it's saying the file created successfully. And if I check on the database inside Convex, we have this file table, and beautifully we have a record which we inserted. Okay, perfect. Now another important thing I want to tell here, inside Convex, right, we attach this team ID, right? We added the team ID, but automatically Convex connect this team ID to the existing team record, right? If I click on this one, see, and it will show the team information. Same thing it did for the created by, and if you see on the created by, if I open this one, it will connect to this users as well. Okay, so this is how you can connect this Convex is automatically connect our tables to one another, and that's very useful when we want to fetch data from the two tables. Okay, so I hope you understand how we beautifully added the file information. And now here you can say, for example, new files. Okay, and we'll say create, and if you see, the second file is created with the new files and with the time who created it, with the team ID and everything. Here we created the new file with these particular details, okay, which has a created by, file name and team ID. But as we also need a 3 more column, the one is for archive, whether this file is archived or not. The second is for to store the document which we are going to implement in future in this course only, and another is for the whiteboard. Okay, so these 3 columns we need to add it. So first thing, let's go to our API. Let me bring this down. And inside the Convex API, right, if you go to this files API, here we need to take some more arguments, okay, when we are creating the file. So for one is archive, and archive type will be a boolean. Okay, then our another is the document is of type string, and then the last one is the whiteboard and is of type string. Okay, now I save this one. Obviously when we creating this file, right, then that time also we need to provide that default value. Okay, so inside this create file, right, here we need to add that one. So first is archive, okay, and here obviously I will send it as a false. Okay, then document, it will be empty for now, and then last is whiteboard, okay, and that also empty. So I will pass the empty string like this. Okay, and then save this one. Now let's go back and try to create a new file. Let me delete the existing one. I will delete all of them, and let's create a new one now. Okay, let's refresh once, create a new file, and here I will say ABC123 and then click create. So now if you see the file get created, okay, let me check. The file is not get, okay, yeah, oh, the file is not get created, maybe due to some reason. So here the issue is we misspelled this word called archive. Okay, so let's change that one. So let's go to here, and here is correct. Let's go to the files, and if you see, this is incorrect field name. Okay, now let's save it and let's test this out. So let me open this one, click new file, and we'll say ABC1234. Let's create it, and it's saying file get created. And if you see in the database as well, we have the file with the field now or column name called archive, the created by which was already there. Then we have the new column name called document along with this whiteboard. That's good, right? That's what we wanted. So now we are going to fetch the list of all the files which our user created, and then we need to show inside this progress bar. Okay, it depends on the file size and depends on the number of files which user created. Depends on that one, we're going to show this progress bar change. Okay, so let me bring our project over here, and inside now this one, let me close all of this tab. First thing, we need to create an API. So let's go to this Convex, and inside this files folder, okay, we already have this mutation query or mutation endpoint. Here we'll create for to get the query, get the list of files. So we'll say export constant get files, and then we'll write query. Here we need to pass the arguments. Okay, so this arguments contains a team ID. Okay, in particular given team, how many files are there? Obviously team ID is unique, you don't need to pass the user information here. So we'll just say team ID v.string. Okay, and then we need to add a handler. So a handler, and we'll make this async and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll write constant result is equal to ctx.database.query. Okay, because we want to fetch the data. Here we need to give the file that table name, and then we need to pass the arguments. So in this case we just need to pass this team ID. Okay, obviously we actually we don't need to pass it here. What we will do, we'll fetch the all the query, then we'll just simply add the filter option on the query q, then q dot equal, we will add this equal operator, and then here we will add the expression. So for example q dot fill, and here we'll say team ID comma, and then on the right side we will say arguments dot team ID. Okay, and then we'll add a collect method like this, and then we'll simply return the result. Okay, so this is a filter option. What it do, it will get all the files, and depends on the team ID matching with the given files team ID, then it will get that only records, and then we'll return that result. Now save this one, and then let's go to this file called side navigation. Okay, so inside the side navigation, we'll create one method called constant get files like this. Okay, we'll make this async. Perfect. Now make sure we need to add a convex over here. So we'll add a constant convex is equal to use convex. Okay, because we're gonna add we will call our we'll get that files from the query. Okay, so constant result is equal to convex. So here we will add await, then convex dot query, and then we have to pass API dot files dot get files. Okay, and then here we need to pass the team ID. So obviously we have the team ID here, so from the active team dot ID we'll pass that team ID, and that's all. Okay, now we have the result. Let's console this result like this. Okay, now this get files we need to call inside the use effect. Okay, or maybe we can call whenever the active team is ready. Okay, So what we'll do, we'll call one use defect over here, and whenever the active team information is available, then only we will call this method. Okay, so we'll call get files like this, and then save it. Now let's test this out, whether we will check whether we are getting the file list in console or not. And if you see, we got the file list, okay, with the file name test file and another file name we call new files. Perfect. Now the length of this file we need to send to this side navigation bottom section, okay, on to this section. So what we will do, we will create one state called constant total files comma set total files is equal to use state. Okay, and this will be a number, so we'll type number, and here we'll simply set the total files will be the result dot length, okay, like this, and save it. Now once we have the total files, we'll just send it to this bottom section. We'll say total files will be the total files, and inside side bottom navigation here we'll pass it as a total files. Okay, now inside the bottom side bottom navigation section we have the total files. Let's save everything, and to this one, right, we will just display over here for now, just to test out whether we have getting the correct value or not. So if I scroll down here, we'll add the total files, and if you see right now that we have two files and it's showing the two files, that's good. Now let's add to the progress bar. So right now if you see, right, when we create this progress bar width, I told you that we will change this width, depends on the number of files we have, right? So what I'm going to do, I will wrap this, oops, sorry, in curly braces like this, okay, and this width will be a dynamic. Okay, so what I'm going to do for this one, I'm going to write condition, so dollar for and this sign, and the condition or the logic will be we'll say total files divided by 5, and then we'll into 100, so into 100. Okay, the reason is 5 because the maximum for user can create only 5 files, right? And depends on that it will give some percentage, and that percentage will pass it here. And let me save this one, and if you see we have these two files, obviously that is filled out. But if I create a new file, okay, let's do one thing, let's delete the one file. Okay, so from the files we'll delete the one file. Let me refresh it. Okay, so something is not right, let's see what's the issue. Okay, so just refresh this one, or sometimes it's not reflected. But now if you see, we have only one file, and that much only progress is showing as a completed. Okay, now what we need to do, let's create a new file, okay, and we'll see whether it's reflecting over here or not. So if I create a new file called abc123, just click on create. Now let's see in the database if we have this new file, but still it's showing one file, right? But if I refresh it, now it will show two files. The thing is, how can we update immediately as soon as we create the file, right? So for that one, let's go to the side navigation bar, right? And over here we have this on file create method, right? So as soon as the file is created and we are calling we are showing this toast, right, along with that we'll call this file, what is this method name called, get files. So we'll call get files method like this, okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. So refresh it once, and let's go back here and we'll say new file for test. If I click create, and boom, if you see it's showing the three files, but this logic is not working correctly. So let me check it out why. So the issue is here, right? I remove this class name and just put this style width inside the style. Okay, so in Tailwind CSS sometimes the dynamic value is not get updated immediately. So let's add a style, and then for the width I added this dynamic value, okay, and make sure to add this percentage sign as well, and then save it. And now if you see, we got this 3 item. Okay, perfect. Now let's test this again. So click new file, we'll say 1 2 3 4, create it, and boom, the file is created, and our progress bar is get updated with this file number of files and everything. Okay, perfect. Now also one more important thing we're gonna do here, that we can even disable this button once he reach the 5 files, okay, or on the click of this new file, if the 5 file is reached, we can show this dialog. Okay, obviously that we will do it later in this particular course, but for now I hope you understand how we beautifully show this message and show this progress bar with this file number of files and everything. Now it's time to implement the dashboard, and if you see, this is how we are going to design. Okay, on the right hand side we will add search bar, the user profile image, and this invite button. Okay, we will not keep this right now. Okay, if needed in the future we can add it, but we will keep it just this table as well. So first thing, let's go to your VS Code project, and inside here let me close all of this tab, and we have this component folder. Inside this component folder I'm gonna create a new file called header.tsx, add the default template, save this one, and then inside the page.tsx, let me remove this code. Here we're gonna add that header component, okay, like this, and save it. And if you see, this text header is showing on the screen. Now as I told you before, right, we need to fix this issue. Okay, if I decrease the screen size, it's coming on the top of this one, right? So to do that, if I go to the layout.tsx, right, let me get it here. Here you have to mark this div as a class name. We add height of screen as it is, then width we need to show as a 64, and then we need to mark it as a fixed. Okay, and obviously if you see, the header is coming on the left hand side, so for that one we will just give margin left to 64, and boom. Okay, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. Still we need to give more margin maybe. So here we gave the 72 before, so I will add 72 only. Okay, and that's good now. See, okay, perfect. Let's save this one and let's go back to our header. So let's try to add a class name, and let's say padding of 8, and then inside the header let's add header here. Okay, so first thing, we need to add the search bar. So I'm gonna add a custom one. Okay, so let's add a div. Here I will add an icon of search, then we'll add an input of type is equal to text. Let's add a placeholder, we'll say just search, and end the tag and save it. Now for this one, let's add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2. Then for this search bar, I'm gonna change this height to 4 and width to 4. Okay, let me increase the size. Okay, I don't know why this search bar is not displaying. So here if you see, the icon is not showing, right? Maybe inside the layout we did some mistake. So here if you see, right, instead of this grid call 4, we have to get column span 4, and right, that's good. Let's go to header again, and here I'm gonna add item to be in the center. Perfect. And then we're gonna add the background as well. Okay, so first what we'll do, so here let's add a border, and we'll make a rounded to be MD. Oh, we added border not here, we need to add a border to this div, and we also add a padding of 1. Okay, perfect. Now we need this particular search bar at the end. Okay, so what we can do, for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, justify end, and we'll make sure to width will be the full, and let's see how it looks. See, perfect. Along with that one, we'll give more padding, maybe padding of 4. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's okay. Let's not give padding for now here, and we'll make item to be in the center. Okay, now here after this one, we're gonna add a user image button. Okay, so here I will add a div, inside that I will add an image. Okay, here we need to pass source. Now we need a user's information. Okay, so instead of getting the user information in the header, what we can do, we can get it from the page.tsx, and then we can pass it to the user. Okay, either way, or you can just define over here. So let's define user, use kind browser client, okay, like this, and then we just simply do user dot picture, and right now we'll keep of type any. Now for this one I'm gonna give alt tag as a user, then we'll give a width of 30 and then height of 30, okay, and let's save this one. So let me increase the size, and this is how it looks for now, but let's make it rounded to be, oh sorry, the class name, and make rounded corner to be full. Perfect, like this. Now let's give some gap between this search bar and the text, so let's add a gap of 2. See, like this, okay. And after that we need to add a button. So after this div, let's add a button, and the button will say invite. For this button I'm gonna add a send icon, or maybe send icon, and make this class name as a, let's give gap of 2, make it flex. Let's see how it looks. See this button, okay. Obviously we change little height and width, so here I'm gonna give height of 8, and on hover I'm going to change background blue to 700, and obviously I'm going to give background blue to 600, like this. Also for this button, sorry, this icon, I'm going to change the height of 4 and width of 4. Perfect. And let's make text to be small, and if I increase the size, this is how beautifully it looks like. Okay, perfect. Now our header is almost ready, and this is, if you see, this is how similar it is. Okay, now we need to add a table, and this is very important part, to add a table. So let's create a file. So here I'm going to create a file inside the component folder, and we can give name as a file list.tsx. Add the default template. Let's save this one, and inside the page.tsx of the dashboard, here we're gonna add the file list. Okay, make sure to add the file list from this component, okay, and then save it. And if you see, the only file list is showing on the screen. Now for that one I'm going to use the hyper UI, okay, which is the ready-made component we're going to use, okay, and just search for the table. And if you see, we have bunch of options for the table, so I will select this one. So go to the view, select JSX and this copy, and then inside the file list component, let's paste it here, okay. And if I save it, you will see this dummy data, okay. Now if you observe here, this name is not aligned with this particular rows or column, right? So to fix this, because this has happened and I don't know why when we copy it, okay, I will replace this particular td tag, okay, with this one, like this. And if you see, now it will be aligned, okay. Only thing that the change we need to do, we'll change this name, okay. So here we need to give name as a file name, okay. So we'll just say file name, and let me copy this one all of this place. So these are our column header, okay. The next we have the created, we say created at, then here will be edited, and will be the author, okay. So these are the 4 column we have, and then we'll add a body, okay. So obviously we don't want all of this tr tag, so I will delete the some of them, okay. Now obviously this is just dummy data, okay, and we need to pass the actual data over here. So in order to pass the actual data, and let's make sure to give margin top, let's give margin top to this div. Let me clean this out, margin top to 6. Let's see how it looks. Let's give margin 10. Perfect. Now we have to get the user all the file list, okay, and that we are already fetching inside the sidebar, okay. Only that list of file, we'll get it here as well, okay, because whenever we add new file, we are updating the states and everything. So what we can do, let's close all the tab. Here we will create a new context inside the app folder. And if you don't know what is context, so context, whenever you want to share some parameter, some value from one component to another component, right now we need to pass from the parent to child, right? But if there are a lot of nested component where you want to send a file from parent to a sub child and sub child, right? That time context is very helpful. I'm going to tell you how it works, okay? So first thing, let's go to the app folder, create a new folder called context, and inside that I will create a file called file list context.tsx. Here we need to get export constant file list context is equal to, and here we need to write create context, okay, and this create context will be importing from this React, okay, like this. Now here I will give the type any, and here we'll just add the undefined and then save it. Now once you create this context, right, you have to wrap your application inside this context where you want to share your data. So to that layout or to that component you can wrap it, okay. So in this case I will wrap it inside this dashboard layout, okay. So if I go to the route, because that's where we want it, right? So here I will just wrap it like this. So we'll say file list context dot provider, okay, just wrap it here, and here we need to provide the value, okay. So now once we wrap it, right, so all the side navigation bar this to this component, or all the components which render inside the children, it will able to share or update this value, okay. So here now I'm gonna define one state, a default state. So constant, we say file list, okay, underscore set list underscore is equal to use state, and then we'll just share it here. So file list comma set file list, okay. Now file list will be shareable to this all the component we define inside this provider. Now if I want to use it, let's go to the side navigation and let's define it here, that context. So in order to define the context, this is very important, you have to define in curly braces, then you have to define the exact same name, which is file list underscore comma set file list underscore is equal to use context, okay. It needs to be a context, and then you have to define the which context do you want to use. So in this case file list context, okay, let me bring this down, so this one, okay, perfect. Now when we create the file, right, or not create by, but when we get the file, this result we're gonna store it. So set file list, and this result we will store it here simply, okay. And then once we store it, obviously you can use it now in any component. So for example, if I want to use inside the file list, file list component, you can use it, okay. Here only thing you need to do, you have to import that context first. So in this case constant file list comma set file list is equal to use context, and the context name which is the file list context, okay. And now it's easy to use that file because we already have the list of files. So what we can do, we can define one state called file list comma set file list is equal to use state, and inside the use effect we'll write a condition whenever this file list value get changed, okay, then you have to set the file list. So set file list, which is the file list, like this, okay, and then save it. And obviously we will make file list and an operator, okay, whenever it's changed, perfect. Now we just only thing we need to do is to iterate this value, okay. But to make sure that we are getting file list, let's console the file list here, and let's save it. Now let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, let's clean everything and refresh the screen. And if you see in the inside the file list at line number 11, we got the list of file automatically. Okay, so this is how the context will helpful. Now this is the key property for inside the bottom tab, bottom section navigation. Let's fix that. So let's go to bottom tab navigation, section, where we use the mapping really. So here we need to provide the key as the index. Okay, so that error will gone. Now if I refresh it, see the error is gone. Okay, this is different property because we need to add some, we are still in process, right? Okay, so let's go to flat list now, and here we'll iterate that value. Okay, let me close this one, and here I will say flat list. Okay, so what's the name? Okay, file list. Okay, file list. So file list dot map will say file comma index, and inside this one I will gonna put this tr tag. Okay, now only thing we need to change is to update this value. So obviously here will be the file name. We say file dot the name of the file, right? Which is the maybe file name. Yeah. Here we need to write file list, and then because it will check first whether file list is there or not, and we got error that map does not exist of type never. So here we need to define a type. Okay, so right now if I define any, this error will gone. Okay, and here as well define the type, but we can better define a interface here. So export interface of type file. Okay, and inside that one we need to define the fields which need to add. Okay, so for example, if I go to the inspect panel, let's go to the console, and these are the field we need to add it. Okay, so let's add that field. So the first is we'll say archive of type string, boolean, sorry, it's a boolean. Then we'll add a created by of type string, then document of type string, file name as well, team id, whiteboard, then underscore id, which is about again type string, and the creation underscore creation time. Time is of type number. Okay, so all of this field we added perfectly fine. Now here we change to type file. Okay, and it's saying that map does not exist on type file. Wow. So the reason is not defined, right? Maybe we can define any type here because we need to update everywhere else, and here we'll define a type of file, and here obviously it's a number. Okay, and now we have the file name. Perfect. Let's save this one, make sure the file name is coming at least say abc1234. That's good. Then we need to add created add. Okay, so obviously if you see the created add is of timestamp, right, and we need to convert that timestamp in a specific format, which is the date. Okay, so for that one we're going to use this moment.js library. Okay, and this is very powerful library to convert any date in any specific format. So let's copy it, the command to install it, and paste it here. And in order to use it, it's very easy. So first you need to add moment. Okay, so inside the bracket we need to add moment, okay, which is importing from the moment, and then you need to define the input first. So in this case the file dot creation time, then you need to add a format on which format do you want. So in this case if I say dd mmm yyyy, okay, and let's save this one and let me show you the result. And if you see, this is how the result will come, like look like this. See, 23 Feb 2024. Okay, then same thing for now I'm gonna copy for the editor column. So here for the edited column, and the last is user profile image. Okay, so here I will just let me check whether do we have user information. Let's add a user is equal to use kind browser client, and then we'll get the user dot picture, and let's save this one. If I increase the screen, okay, sorry, we need to this is the image, right? We need to wrap it inside the image, the source and the tag, and here we'll give alt tag as a user. We'll give width of maybe 30, so let's write 30, and height is of 30, and this is giving error, so make this type any for now, and let's save this one. If I increase size, see the author image is also showing on the screen. That's good. Also, one more thing, let's add a class name, make it rounded corner, rounded to be full, so it will look rounded to be full. Perfect. And one more thing we need to add is the option to delete this file. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm gonna add a td tag over here like this, and here we just add more horizontal icon. Okay, and this is how it looks. See, and for this one I'm gonna add option. Okay, so let's go to this chassis and dialog. Okay, let's import this dialog. It's very easy to use it, so let's import it first. Then you have to copy this import command, and then copy this basic template code. Okay, so I will add it here. Then obviously our trigger is this icon, right? So copy this icon and put it inside this trigger, and then save it. Okay, and let's go back and test this out. If I click on this one, see, oh, this dialog, actually we don't want dialog, my bad. So we want actually the drop down, this drop down menu. Okay, so if I open this one, this is how we want, right? So let's install this one first. Okay, and let's me undo everything. So now you can import this drop down menu option, and then basic code. So this will be our basic code. Here will be more horizontal we need to add as a trigger. Let's save this one and let's test this out now. So you click on this one, see how beautiful menu displaying, right? Let's customize this one. So obviously we don't want this menu label and the separator. I will remove this one, all these three menu, and we only want the archive for now. Okay, you can add more menu or more option over here, and here I'm gonna add the icon as well. And for this one I'm gonna change the height, and also I will give the gap of 3, and for this icon we'll change the size. So class name, height of 4, width of 4, and if I go here and see how beautiful it displaying. Okay, perfect. And if I create a new file, right, let's create a new file. We'll say file12, click create, and boom, you will see here the file name is immediately updated as soon as you add it here. Okay, because we are depending on the context. Okay, and we are updating context as soon as we are inserting file and we are getting or fetching the file. That context is updating everywhere wherever we use that context. Okay, and that's the reason we use the context if you want to share some value across multiple components. Now if you see, right, as soon as I create the file, this file is get created at the last, and we want the in a descending order. Okay, the latest file will be at the top, so it's very easy. So if I go back here, let's go to this API. Okay, so files API from the Convex. Here we have this get files query, right? So here we'll just add dot order by class. So this is order, and here you need to define in which order you want. So in this case just write ascending. And now if I refresh it, this file 12 will come at the top. So if I refresh it, if you see the file 12 comes at the top. Okay, if I create a new file, say file 3, can create it, see file 3 at the top now. Okay, and here as well the progress bar beautifully showing the progress, how much file you added and everything. Perfect. Okay, so I hope you understand how we beautifully design this dashboard and to display the list of files. Next, we need to define the we need to show the workspace where we gonna add documents and the whiteboard. Now it's time to add a workspace screen where we're gonna show when you just click on any file, we're gonna show this document and this canvas side by side, and also this beautiful header section. Okay, but if you observe this particular URL, okay, we have this workspace and then this file ID. Okay, this file ID is a dynamic one, or it will be changed every time when you click on the different files. Okay, so let's go to our VS Code project, and inside here, let me decrease the size. Inside this routes, we'll create a new folder called workspace. Okay, workspace, and inside this folder we need to create a new file, but this workspace ID will be dynamic. We will say just file ID, and inside the file ID we'll add page.tsx, add the default template, just rename this to workspace, and then save it. Okay, now once you need to add on click event, right? So once user click on this particular file, right, we need to navigate to this workspace page. So let's go to the dashboard where we have the flat list, correct? So here we need to add on click event to this tr block, sorry, tr tag. Okay, so first thing is define the router. So here I'm defining constant router is equal to use router. This use router, obviously we need to import it from this next/navigation. Okay, because we are using next 13 plus version and app routing. Next, inside this tier block we need to add on click event. So inside the on click we'll just use router dot push, and here we need to navigate to the workspace slash and the file ID. So here will be file dot id, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and also just to make sure I will make this as a cursor pointer. Perfect. Now let me refresh once, and if I click on this one, okay, and if you see, now it navigate to the workspace and this beautiful file ID. Okay, it means our routing is working as expected. Next, oh, let me close this. Next we need to get we need to add a header. Okay, so let's go here, and inside the workspace folder we'll create a new folder called underscore components. So all the components related to the workspace we will keep inside this underscore component folder. Here we'll create a new file called header.tsx. I will rename this to workspace header. Okay, just to make sure it's different from the existing header. Add the default template, and then once you add this template, make sure to add this workspace header and save it. Okay, see, now let's go to this workspace header, and then let's add the first thing. Let's add an image. After that, let's provide the source. So in this case is make sure that our logo is there with the logo one, I think. Let me check. Yeah, logo one. So just say logo -1.png, then give the alt tag. So alt logo. Here I'm gonna give height of 40 and then width of 40. If I save this one, this is how it looks. That's good. Then we need to add h2 tag, and this will be our file name. Okay, so right now I will just hard code it here like this, file name. Now let's add one div, wrap this div, wrap this image and h2 tag inside this div, and for this div I will add a class name, make it flex and gap of 2, and make item to be in the center. Okay, now for this div I'm gonna add class name, we'll add a padding of 3 and add a border at the bottom. Perfect. Now at the right hand side I'm gonna add one button, and this button will be for share. After that I'm gonna add a link icon like this, and let's update this one. So I will add a height of 8, then text of 12 pixel, then gap of 2, background blue, so I will add a background blue of 600, and on hover a background blue of 700. Let's save this one. This is how it looks. Now let's bring sorry, everything in one line. Just make this as a flex and make justify between, and make sure to add item center as well. Okay, obviously we'll change the height or size of this icon. So class name, height of 4, width of 4. Perfect. See how beautifully it's looking. And then our header is ready. Now also let's define the layout. So here for the layout, right, I will go to this page.tsx, and here I will say workspace layout. Okay, here I'm gonna add a div. Div. So inside div, one div we have to add for the document, and one div we want to add for the canvas, which is our whiteboard. So we can say whiteboard/canvas. I don't know, whatever you call, that's fine. And then so let's add a div and one div for this canvas. Okay, now obviously we have to divide the screen into two parts. Okay, so I will add a class name. I will make it as a grid. Okay, and when the screen size is smaller, I will make grid column 1. Okay, but when the grid size is medium or larger, we'll make grid columns of size 2. Okay, if I increase size, obviously nothing is displayed because we don't have anything. Let's add a Word document, and then here I will add a canvas. Okay, just to make sure, I will add a background color. Maybe I will add a blue 400, and here I will add a class name, background of red 400, just to show you. Okay, so if you see, I'm on the smaller screen, and that's why it's showing one below other. But if I increase the size, you will see document on the left hand side and canvas on the right hand side. Okay, that's cool. So here I will say screen, and here I will also say screen, just to make sure you will see the difference. Okay, perfect. So our layout for the workspace is ready. Okay, now next thing we need to do is to add a document, and in the next section, that is very interesting, that we will learn how can we add a document, the rich document editor, so that you can do the document like this. You can add a lot of things. Okay, and okay, another thing that we're gonna add a more advanced document than this one. So stay tuned, subscribe to my channel if you did not subscribe to and press like button, hit notification bell icon, so that you will get the latest update from me. So in order to add a text editor, we are going to use editor.js library, which is one of the best and underrated library available, and it's a completely free. You don't need to pay anything. It's free. It's an open source. Okay, and if you see, if you go to this editor.js.io, here you will see the example how rich it is and very easy to integrate. And obviously in this particular section, we will learn everything about the editor.js, how to integrate it, and lot of things. So this editor.js give a complete control on what you want to show and lot of things. Okay, if you see, they also give you the API feature where you can add your own icon or a lot of things. Okay, we'll learn all of these things. So first thing, go to this site and go to this documentation. So here they show basic concept, how you use and everything. Just click on get started. Here the first thing you need to do is to install this editor.js. So copy this command and then go back to your project and obviously install this editor.js. And once in install, it's good. Now obviously if you see, here we want to show the document and the canvas, right? So first thing, let's create a new component for this editor. Okay, so inside this component folder, I will create a editor.tsx file, add the default template, and then inside the page.js, so here we have the document. I will add that editor. editor component, okay, like this, and save it and make sure it's showing on the screen. Let me refresh it once. See, editor. Okay, let me remove this background blue color. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to this documentation, and here the first thing you need to do is to import this editor.js. So copy this one, and then inside the editor.tsx file where we are going to add our editor. So let's save this one. Then if you scroll down, right, this is how you can use this one. Okay, so obviously I will use this particular code, okay, because if you see this is equivalent, okay, but there is a reason that we are going to use this one. Okay, so just copy this editor.js, which is the call. Okay, and for this one what I'm going to add a method called a constant, and we'll say init editor, and inside that I will initialize it. Okay, and obviously inside the use effect I will call this particular method to initialize our editor, like this. Oh, sorry. Okay, perfect. Now once we define this holder editor.js, obviously we need to define our editor. Okay, so here I'm gonna add one div. For this div we have to give id, and the id should match with this editor.js, like this. Okay, then let's save this one and let's go back to our application. So it's saying that we use the use effect, so we have to make this page as a use client. Okay, and let's save it and make sure. Perfect. And if you see right now, you can type a lot of things. See, our editor, the basic editor already. Here you will see the option to add a text. You can add a text. If I hover on this one, you will see that you can bold it, you can add a italic and a lot of things, right? See, our basic editor is ready within a couple of lines only. Okay, this is how cool it is. Now obviously there are a lot of things you can add. For example, you want to add a header, right? If you see, we have the header option. If you click on this one, right, there are a lot of tools that you can add it, and in order to add a tool, this is how you can add the tools. Okay, now the tools means what? Let me show you one example. Let's go to the header, and this is the repo, right, where you can install this header tool. So copy this. Obviously it's a yarn, so I will just copy the half one and will add npm and then this add editor header. Okay, once you add that one, this is the example that you can add it. So copy this import statement first. Let's paste it here. Obviously it will show error, so don't worry, because it's for React. Okay, and we are using Next.js. It happened, doesn't just don't give a must focus on this one. Okay, just ignore this one. And if you scroll down, this is how you can use the header. Okay, tools and add a header. Okay, so what you can do here, I'm gonna add tools, and after that I will just add a header as header as header. Okay, so whatever header you added, that header you have to refer here. Make sure to give comma here and then save it, and now you'll see the magic. So if I go back to this page, and here we have this add button, right? If you see, now heading option is enabled for you. If I click on this one, now you have a heading option here. Okay, now obviously this plus sign is going at the very left side, and also if you see these dots, okay, you will see the option to make this heading heading 1, h1, h2 kind of tag. Okay, also if you see this plus sign going to the left, so what I'm going to do for this editor, let's add a class name. Let's give margin left maybe 20. Okay, and now if I go back here, okay, so that's came on this side, that's fine, it's not big deal. Okay, now you have option. Now if you see this header option, if I go here and okay, let me add a new tag called heading. If I type something and I want to change the level of this one, right, see we have the lot of level like h3, which is not working, right? So the issue is, right, right now we use Tailwind CSS, and with the Tailwind CSS and editor Tailwind CSS it on the top of that one. Obviously Tailwind CSS override some editors CSS classes. So for that one, what we have to do, let's go to the global CSS, and I already have one code. Okay, I paste it here. So if you see, it's saying h1 and C editor, and here you have to define the equivalent Tailwind CSS classes. See, okay, and save it. And now if I go back here and try to add a heading, for example, let's add a heading. And now if you see, we have big heading. Now you can change the heading. For example, if you have a heading 1 and heading 5, heading 6, like that. Okay, perfect. Also, let me show you some few examples like this. Okay, if you type something and if you want to move this block at the below, right, you have option here as well. See, move down. See, and it came down here. How beautiful, right? So this is how you can easily implement the editor. Now you can also even customize this one. For example, if you want to add a shortcut key, or you want to add some placeholder, you can do that. If you want to make only some of the level enable, you can do that. You can add the default level as well. Okay, let's add some of the property. For example, you want to add a header like this with the shortcut key, you can do that. Let's go to the header. Here we'll just replace this along with this one, and then if you want to add the configuration, you can add the configuration. So add a config, and here you can say placeholder. We'll say enter header, something like this. Okay, and if I go here, let's add a new header, and boom. See, not only this, but now for the heading, like, you will get this shortcut key as well. Cool, right? Now if I go back here, okay, let's go back to our name. Now you have more option like checklist. You can add a list, embed code, and lot of things. Okay, you can go try all of this one. So obviously we will implement some of them. Okay, let's implement the list as well. So if I go to the list and scroll down, make sure to import this npm package. So inside the terminal, I will add this npm npm, then this package, and this with the, make sure to import this one, and then you can just add this list. Okay, so let's add this list. You can have the default style option, inline toolbar, true, and lot of things. Okay, you can even have option like this, right? See, there's a lot of things, guys. So let's copy this code, okay, for the list. Or you can simply, if you want to simply design a list and a list like this, you can also do that. Okay, but let's add, we need to add in tools, actually in tool folder only. Okay, something like this. See, let's save this one and make sure we have the list. Okay, so if I plus n, and if you see, we got the list, and you can type the list now. So cool, right? Now obviously when you are doing the SaaS application, right, you can enable this kind of feature only for the premium user who buy your subscription or kind of thing, right? And you can do that. You can enable only some of the library only. Okay, now I'm going to tell you one more important thing here. If you see, we have the option called awesome plugin. If you go to this awesome plugin, you will find a bunch of plugin, a lot of plugin. You will get it here. Okay, so obviously we will implement some of them, like checkbox, that is very popular. So let's if you see that here we have the checklist option. Okay, just click on this one, and this is how it looks. See, checklist, right? So copy this npm package, and let's import this one. And in order to use it, you can copy this one, paste it here, and in order to use checklist, just copy this one. Okay, like this, and save it. Now you might have a question, why this inline toolbar? Okay, let me show you what it means. Now if I add the checklist, okay, and this is check 1, check 2, see how beautiful is coming, right? Check 3, and you can even mark this one. See, okay, now inline is used for, if I double click on this one, right, something like this, see, you are getting option, and you can convert it into some text, or you can even mark it bold, italic, and that is nothing but an inline toolbar. Okay, you can even move up and down as well. See, move down, something like this. Okay, so this is how the checkbox will work. Now you have more option, like you can add the nested checkbox and many more. You can add the image as well. Okay, so for example, if you want to add an image, let's take some example here. I don't know, let's add this image, okay, because I never tried this one, and we'll add this. Okay, let's do one thing, let's add your own, because there are a lot of things you can explore here. Okay, you can add a code section as well, like this. Okay, you can add a button as well. So for example, let's add a button. I'm quite interesting. So if you see, this is how you can add a button. See, okay, on the button click, obviously you can add some action, and then you can just add the button over there. Okay, so for example, let's add this npm package. Obviously you have to add this include model, and then you can add the button like this. Okay, cool. And as I say, there are a lot of different option you have. Okay, let's add a paragraph, which is very common and very useful actually. So I will add this paragraph section. So npm add that paragraph, and then you have to add this import statement, and then simply add this paragraph option. Okay, so these are the inside the tools. You can add as many tools you want, right? Okay, so depends on how you want to, or what you want to give to the user. You can add all of these things. Now here I added some of the more fields, like I added the warning message, checklist, list, and you can, as I say, you can explore more. Okay, now let's talk about this particular warning that which we are getting, right? So for this one, in order to just ignore that warning, right, you can just add / add the rest ts, and then you can say ignore. Okay, so if you see, now that particular error get ignored. Okay, so just paste it everywhere you want to ignore that particular error. Okay, so this is just TypeScript warning, so I just add that as ignore this one. Now next thing, we will add a reference here. So comma reference is equal to use reference, that we're gonna use it later in this particular course or section, obviously. So editor JS of type, and then circular bracket, right? Now as I mentioned, right, so outside of this one we will just add the reference or attach that reference. Okay, so simply we can say reference dot current is equal to editor, like this, and then save it. If I refresh it, obviously nothing will affect it, but that's how you can add. Now let me show you another important thing. So let's go back to our editor JS documentation, and here we have the option called saving data. Here you will see how to save data. Okay, that we'll see in the next section to save it. Okay, but this is the actual output format when you want to save data. Okay, but whenever you open any existing file or document, right, obviously we have some data and which we want to display it on the screen. Okay, or if user opened the first time, he created new file and opened first time, right, that time as well we want to show some default value, right, that we are going to add now. So for that one, you need to create one data constant. So here what we are going to do, here we want to add constant raw document. I will say raw document is equal to, and then I'm gonna add this simple option called time blocks. The version I will keep as it is, and inside this one I'm gonna add first the data. Inside that we can say text, we'll say a project name, for example. Okay, or we'll say document name, and the label, because we are giving as a height, so label I'm gonna give level 2. Okay, here we need to tell that some ID. Okay, so I'm gonna give some ID 1 2 3 maybe, and then I'm going to give some type. Okay, so type will be, I will give header. Okay, so this type is nothing but the whatever that you added inside the tool. Okay, make sure the type which you're defining here, that is already inside the header as well. Okay, and then this raw document you can provide to the existing editor. Okay, so inside the tool or after a holder, you can define this as a data, and then you can define the predefined data as well. Okay, so obviously you can define that as a raw data, but instead of that one, I'm going to create one state because we want to show the existing data as well, and that we will store in one state. So we can call it as a document comma set. Document is equal to use state. Okay, and inside that I'm gonna add a raw data. If we did not update, obviously it will show this raw document if it's a new, obviously, and here I'm just add document. Okay, and then save it, and let's test this out. And if you see, by default, as soon as I refresh it, it will show this document name. Okay, perfect. Also, if you want to add some more value, you can add it. For example, let's copy this one, paste it here. I'm gonna add label maybe 4. Okay, and text I'm not giving any text. Okay, but I wanna let's add a id maybe 4 and the type header, and let's save it. And now if you see, you got the placeholder, because let me get it here, because here we have this, we use the header but we don't provide value, so obviously it will show the placeholder. Okay, so this is how you can beautifully add documents, and it's a very rich. As I say, you can add more value to this one. You can add a checklist. Okay, and obviously next we'll learn how we can save this one. Okay, and then we can store it in our Convex database. Okay, so that is how we are going to do next. But I hope you understand how we easily integrate this editor.js inside our application. And there are a lot of things we are going to do, because we also want to add a whiteboard or canvas to draw diagrams and add a different diagrams and all. Okay, so let's guys, I hope you understand what we learned in this particular section. And if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. The source code is available for a free. Okay, so the link is in the description, you can access it. Now in this section we are going to save our document, and for that one, for the simplicity purpose as well, I'm gonna add the button for the saving this document as well as canvas as well. So first thing, let's go to the header. So let me decrease the size, and here inside the header we have this button, right? So let's go to this workspace, and inside the component we have this workspace header. So before this share, I'm gonna add a div tag, because we will wrap inside one div these two buttons, and then I'm gonna add this button. Let me format this document first. Now inside this button, I will copy all this class as it is, and then obviously I want the icon as well, and we'll say save. Obviously I'm gonna change this to save icon, and I will change this color to yellow, so it will be a yellow button, and this will be yellow 600, and then save it. And if you see, this is how it looks right now, quite weird. Let me add a class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, and then I'll do gap of 4. Okay, perfect, and this look beautiful. If I click on this one, see. Okay, perfect. Now obviously what we have to do, on the click of this save, we have to trigger the event inside the document save as well as this canvas as well. Okay, and that's a little tricky part, but let's do one by one. So here I'm gonna write on click method on this on save button, and here I will just say on save. That's it. Oops, sorry, on save. Okay, now here I will copy this on save and then pass back to the parent component of this workspace header. Okay, so if I want to give type any, I can give the type any and then save it. Now if I go to this parent component, which is the page.tsx file, so over here we have the header, right? Here what I'm going to do, I will add that on save, see. Okay, and I will save some state or update some state. So here I will define one state called constant. Here we'll say trigger save comma set trigger save is equal to use state, and it should be false, means I give the type true or false automatically. And here what I will do, I will just set the trigger value which is opposite every time opposite of the trigger save. Okay, so it means when you just click button, it might be a true, might be a false. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously we use state, or sorry, use state here, so you have to make this page as a use client. And if I refresh it, okay, so it's saying too many renders, so here we have to define the method like this, because okay, now we are good. See, now once we have this trigger save, what you have to do, we have to pass this trigger save to this editor component. Okay, so here I will say on save trigger, and I will pass this trigger save. Okay, now you can pass this method name, doesn't matter. Okay, but make sure whatever you give here, you have to give over here as well, editor, like this. Okay, obviously the value is a boolean, so I will give the boolean value. Or really okay, so it's saying that we never use, does not exist of type boolean. Okay, let's do type any, just to avoid confusion. Now whenever the on save trigger value change, we have to execute the one method called on save, right, inside this editor. But we'll use the use effect obviously for that one. Okay, so that it will call that other method. Here we'll say trigger, what is this method called, on save trigger. Okay, so whenever on save trigger will method update, this use effect will get executed. And here I will just say trigger value. Okay, and here I will add on save trigger value. Okay, and then save it, just to show the save method. So go to the inspect panel, go to the console, let me clean everything. Now if I click save, see, you got the value true. Now if I click on again save, we got the false. But if you see, now the method or the use effect which we define inside this document is getting changed every time. Okay, perfect. So that's good. Now let me close this console, and now we need to save this whatever we wrote inside the document. Okay, so we'll write constant on save document. Okay, like this. Now inside that one, we have to define if reference.current is defined. Okay, it means, let me show you. So whatever the editor we define here, right, this particular editor, we have to make sure this defined properly. Okay, second thing, now how to save the value, how to get the value from the document. So inside this documentation, right, we have the option called inside documentation, you'll find this saving data, how to save data. And if you see, this is the simplest way that you can save the data. Okay, so I will copy this as it is, go back to a project and paste it here. Okay, now only thing here, you have to define reference.current, because we are already referring to that one. And now we have output data. Okay, so once you click on this save, you will see that. Now let me save this one, and then on save document we will call inside this on save trigger use effect. Cool, right? And that is the logic behind how we implement this save button. Okay, whenever user click on save button, this use effect will get execute, and then this on save document will get called. Let's save this one. Let's go back to your project, and okay, so we got error that reference current is not function. Okay, let me check it out. So the problem with this one, right, when we execute this use effect, right, this on save document will get called, and that time the reference.current is not ready. Okay, so what we can do, we can just write this particular method or on save trigger. When the on save trigger value is there, then only it will execute. And if you see, that error is gone. Perfect, that's good. Now let me show you the result. Let's go to this inspect panel, go to the console. Okay, we don't have anything right now. Let's type something. So this is sample document. Let's click save, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Inside that we have two blocks, because one is the document name and one is sample document. If you see, in the first block we have the data called document name, and inside the second block we have the data called sample document. Now obviously if you add something like checklist, we'll say check 1, check 2, and if I click check 2, okay, and let me clean this one, let me click save. And if you see, now we got a 3 block. Inside the third block we have the data, and inside that we have two item called check 1 and check 2. See, that's what we wanted. Okay, because this data we are gonna store inside our database. Okay, So inside our database, if you see, we have the inside the file we have this two column called document and whiteboard. Okay, so obviously we are storing document for now. So let me go back to our application, and here obviously we need to call or update our document. So for that one, let's update create one API. So over here we'll create a new API called constant update document. Okay, is equal to, and here we're gonna add a mutation like this. Okay, now inside the this mutation we'll add the arguments. Okay, the first argument is the file ID. So let's add underscore ID, which is the we need to add a file ID but little differently. Okay, so here we will get v.id because we are referring to that particular file information, right? So we'll say v.id files, and then we'll say document, which is of type string. Okay, then after that one we need to add a handler. So handler, handler, and then here will be async and then arrow, and inside the handler we will simply add constant result is equal to await and ctx dot database dot where we need to patch the information, right? So update the information, so it is patch. Then we have to give the which ID ID we want to update. So in this case argument dot id, and here we already defined the file. Okay, obviously it will Convex will taking care of the on which table you are updating the value, so you don't need to define it again. And then the value which you want to update, right? The column name, which is document, and then argument, which is arguments dot document. Okay, and you are done, and obviously we'll return the result like this. Okay, now we have this update document. Let's copy this one, let's save it, and then go to the editor JSX. Okay, here we have to define this mutation. So over here we'll define this mutation called constant update document is equal to use mutation. Inside this mutation we have defined API dot files dot okay, we have to export this method first. I think we forgot to export this method. Let's save it so that we can use it here. Okay, now update document, perfect, and let's save it. Now let's go to this on save document where we have this output data. Here I will just use update document, and here we need to pass two information. The first is the ID of the user, and then second is the document which we already there, right? Only thing for this document you have to convert it into a string. So I will just write json doc stringify because we have this json object, right? And then we will just convert it into string and we'll write output data. Okay, because we gave the type as a string here, if you remember, right? So here we document is of type string, that's why we convert it into a string. Now how to get the ID? Obviously if you remember, this is the ID which we want to save it, right? Because this ID is nothing but the file ID, and we pass it to this workspace / file ID, if you remember. Okay, so if I go to this page.tsx, right here, if you see, right, this is the dynamic file ID, right? You can get this dynamic file ID by passing these params and destructurize this param. For now you can give the type string. Okay, let's give any actually, and then from this parameter you get the file ID. Okay, let me show you inside the use effect. Okay, so you will be little bit understandable how to get that one. So I will just console it, just print it file ID comma params. I will just print the param for now. Okay, let's save this one and let me show you. If I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see, let me refresh this once. Now if you see inside the file ID, we have this file ID as an object, and inside that we have this value, and if you see, this value is matching with this one. That's what we wanted, right? So perfect. So now obviously params.file ID contains the actual file ID. Okay, and this field name should match with this particular folder's name. Now let's pass this value to this editor. So here I will say just file ID is equal to params.file ID. Okay, and obviously we have to accept that parameter ID inside the editor. So this is the editor. Here I will get file ID and then save it. Okay, and now inside the underscore id we'll just pass this file id. Okay, now once it is successful, as this is promised, we will write then response, and we'll say if response is correct, then we'll show the toast message saying that document updated. Okay, and if you got any error, so let's write the error message as well. We'll just write toast message error, the server error. We'll just write server error. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now everything is good. Let's test this out. So let me refresh it once, and you will say testing file save. Okay, you can add more fields here. Now click save, and okay, good. So nothing is happened actually. Let me go to the inspect panel to check if I've got any error. Okay, nothing's happened. Okay, let me click it. Oh wow, so let me check it out. Go to the console, click save. Okay, now we have the article data that is printing. Let's check in doc. Okay, so if you see here, the document get updated. Okay, and if you see the document which has a 2 document, and that's what we return, testing file save. Okay, it's get updated, but I don't know why the toast message did not show it out. Okay, we have the response here. Let me remove this response, and let's test this out now. So we'll say testing. Let's click save, and if you see, document updated is showing now. Perfect. It means there is some issue with the response. Okay, it's not getting correctly, but that's fine. Maybe I did not return the response here. Yeah, we have the response result. Okay, never mind. But if you see, from the response we got the actual result, and that's what we did. And here as well, if you see in the Convex database, the value get updated immediately. Whatever we wrote, it is updating inside the database. Okay, perfect. So if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Obviously you can put the autosave as well. Okay, just you have to write the time interval, and then you can do the autosave. But for now, as this is a beginner, I don't want to confuse you guys, so that's the reason I kept this button to save the document. Okay, next we're gonna learn how to fetch existing document so that we can save it. So whenever you go back to the dashboard, okay, let me refresh it again, and once you want, okay, I need to log in. I sign out. So once you log into the dashboard, right, you can just open the file, whatever file you want, and then the whatever file you already saved, it will display it on the screen. That's what we are going to learn next. Now it's time to fetch the data which we saved before, and then we as soon as user open the file, we will show that data. But before that one, let me tell you about this TubeGuruji.com, where you can search and you can get access to the exclusive content. You can get access of the source code, the demo you can access. Not only that one, but you can keep a track of each chapter. Okay, so here once you go in the, or you start learning, you will see every chapter, you will see one by one. You can keep a track of that one. Everything you will get it here for free. Just think that you need to join the membership just for $499. So let's go back to our project, and then let's go here. So first thing we need to do is to write an API to get the file information. So let's go to this files.tsx where we wrote this API. So here we'll write export constant get file by ID. Okay, here it will be a query. So we'll just write query, and then inside this one we need to pass the arguments. So arguments. Now this argument will be first thing is ID, and then this ID is of type means that we need to get the ID from the files. So I write v dot type of the particular ID. Okay, then we have to define the handler, so comma handler, and then you have to give async the arrow function like this, and then instead of in here we will say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot get. Here we are using get operator because we just want to fetch a single document. Okay, and if you go to this convex.dev. Inside the documentation, you will find if you go to the database, we have option called reading data. Okay, and in order to read a single document, this is how you can get it. Okay, exact same thing we implemented, guys. Okay, here we just pass the ID of that particular table, that's it, and then you will get the file information. So here we will just pass the get and the arguments, arguments dot id, that's it, and then obviously we need to return the result, so we return the result and then save it. Now let's go back to our page.tsx, which is the workspace page. Okay, so this particular workspace page we are in, and over here we need to fetch this file information. We'll write convex constant convex is equal to use convex hook. Okay, the reason that we are not using the use query, because we are getting this params. Okay, and obviously we want to pass this file id, okay, as a underscore id, and it will take some time to fetch it. Okay, so that's the reason we will write the query inside the method. So constant, here we'll write get file data, I will say, and arrow function like this, and here we'll write constant result is equal to await, so make this function as async, then convex dot query, and inside that we have to pass the query, which is api dot files dot get file by id. Okay, then we have to pass the arguments, so in this case is id. Okay, so id we are getting from the params dot file id. Okay, and then we'll get the result. Obviously what we will do, we'll console the result for now, just to make sure that we are getting the result. Okay, now inside the use effect, whenever the params dot file id is ready or is there, then we will call this get file data like this. Okay, as simple as that. And let's save this one. Now let's go back to our application, open the inspect panel, go to the console, let's clean everything, let me refresh it once, and boom, see, you got the data of that given file. And if you see the id, okay, so id of this file, see, is matching, right? Perfect. This is team id, we are not passing team id. Okay, we are passing file id, so make sure it's matching, and then you got all the data. That's good. Now let's store that data in one state. So constant, we'll say file data comma set file data is equal to use state. Okay, and is of type file, and this one. Okay, now here we'll just say set file data and then result. I will remove this one, save it. Now once we have this file data, obviously we need to pass to this editor, okay, in order to display it. So here I will say file data, and we'll just pass file data. Okay, and let's go to the editor. Now inside the editor, okay, obviously on save trigger and file id is of type any. Okay, but obviously we need to pass the file data, but file data is of type files. Okay, so obviously here we need to change it. So here you can explicitly give the type. So on save trigger you can give of type any. The file id is of type string, I think, right? We can give string as well. I don't know what is the type, but let's give any because I gave any before. And then file data is of type file. Okay, so this is how you can give the type of each of the params differently. Now we have the file data. Okay, now this file data you have to pass as a default value to this document. Okay, so here what I will just say file data dot document, because we want to show the document. Okay, but one more important thing, we need to convert this into a JSON object. Currently the value of this file data dot document is in the string, because we converted it into string, then we save it. Now when we fetch back and want to show, we want to convert it into a JSON object. So here simply we'll say JSON dot parse. So parse is to convert string to the JSON again, and boom, we are done. Let's save this one. Here we have one error, it's saying that file might be an undefined. Okay, let me see one thing. Here we can do like this. Okay, no, so what you can do, you have to mention of type any as well, or you can define undefined as well. Okay, it's up to you. Perfect. Let's save this one. And okay, so here we got that cannot read a property of undefined. Okay, so TypeScript is telling us that the file data might be an undefined. Better you can check before adding that one. Okay, so here what we can do, we can say file data. If file data is there, show this one, otherwise show the default document or raw data. Maybe we have raw data, right? So we can show the raw data, raw document as well, and then save it. But if you see right now, even though we provide the value, it's not showing our default value and it's showing the raw document only. The reason is when we this use effect, when this use effect get executed, the init editor get executed, and that time maybe file data is not present, and that's the reason this particular condition get failed, and then it's showing this raw data, raw document. Okay, so what you can do, go here and just write file data. Okay, whenever the file data is available, then only execute init editor. Now here is thing, you might think, what if the file data is not there? That will be not the case, because file data will be there every time, because before opening this particular workspace, we are creating the file, we are saving the data, and then only we are redirecting to this page. Okay, let's save this one, and if you see, boom, we got the document. See, okay, now we have this default value. If you see, this is the default value. We have the document name, we have the text ABCD, and then we have the text 1 2 3 4. Okay, and that's what is showing now. Now let's do one thing, let's write add some checklist. Okay, we'll say check 1, check 2, check 3. Okay, and if I do mark check 1, save it. If you see, document updated. Let's go back, and then let's come to the file 3, I think we open, yeah, and boom, see, because we already stored that value, as soon as we open this workspace, our previous stored value is opening here. So cool, right? So that's how you can fetch the value and display it on the screen, whatever the value we store for the document. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. And guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel yet, please do subscribe, because there are a lot of things we need to learn. Now we are going to learn how to implement the beautiful canvas/whiteboard on the right hand side. Okay, so we see you in the next section. Before moving forward, I have one quick fix here. So right now, if I open any of this value, see, you are getting this document. Okay, but we are not getting any error because we have some document already there. Okay, but what we open this document which is empty, okay, or which don't have anything. So let's try to open this document called ABC 1 2 3 4, and boom, we got an error, right? So to fix this error, what we need to do, here we need to check if the document is there or not. Okay, and then only parse the result. Okay, because what happened, this file.document has only empty string, and it's try to parse it, and then that's the reason it's giving error. Okay, now let's save this one. Let's go back and let's test this out again. If I open ABC 1 2 3 4 file, and if you see, now the error is gone, and we don't have value, that's the reason it's showing the default value. Okay, and over here it's showing the as expected value. Now we are going to look into a most interesting part, which is to implement a whiteboard/canvas. Okay, so on the right hand side, we already have space to add a canvas. So for that one, we are going to use a beautiful and one of the most popular library called Excel Draw. If you did not heard about this Excel Draw, let's go to this exceldraw.com, and you will find how to use, or you will see the demo actually. But in order to implement it, you have to go to this docs.exceldraw.com. Now once you are here, let's go to the get started, and here if you see, we have the installation step. So first thing you need to do to install this Excel Draw. Don't install React DOM, because we already have this React DOM. Okay, so what I will do, I will just copy this line, go back to your project, inside the terminal, we have to install npm I and paste it. Once it installed, if I scroll down a little bit, okay, and go to this integration, you will find how to use it. Okay, so here you need to copy this import statement, and then you have to go to your project folder. We have this workspace header and editor. Okay, so we need to add a new component called we can say canvas actually, canvas.tsx. Here we'll add the default template, and inside that we will import this statement. Okay, before that, let's make sure inside the page.tsx, inside this whiteboard canvas section, we will just add this canvas, what's this name, canvas component, like this. Okay, and save it. Make sure that it's rendering. If I increase the size, you will see over here. Okay, the canvas is rendering now. Once you import the statement, you have to just use this canvas draw. Obviously I'm going to put this height. Okay, and if I go back here inside the canvas.tsx, I will just paste this code. Okay, because we already added the Excel draw, and save it. Now you will see the real magic. Okay, let me do one more thing. Let me remove this background now, because we don't want it anymore. Save this one. Let's refresh it once, and boom, you got a real editor. See, everything is there, guys, everything. Okay, now if you think the height is little low, you can increase the height. So what I will do, I will go back here. Instead of 500, okay, let's me go to this canvas and we increase to 700. Let's see whether it's affecting or not. And yep, that's good actually. Okay, we have we gave the specific height. If you think, you can little give 670 maybe. Okay, so it will come little bit up, and boom, see. And now you can draw, you can do anything what you want. See, everything is here. Okay, now if you think you want partition, let's add the partition as well. So what we can do, we can go to this page.tsx, and here we'll just add border left. Okay, let's see whether we got the border or not. Boom, see how beautiful, right? And now you have complete access to this particular library. Okay, you can draw anything, you can have option and everything. Now let me talk about the customization. The Excel draw you can customize 100%. When I say 100%, you can customize this icon, you can customize this menu as well. Okay, if you don't want this menu, you can do that. You can even customize this color combination, you can give option and lot of things. Okay, let's do a couple of customization. Let me walk through that one so that you can understand. Okay, so if you scroll down a little bit in the document, they give how you can add some data in some different environment. Now let's go to this customization style. Okay, here you can customize the theme and all. Okay, let's go to this API where you will see what are the props that you can provide. Okay, this is very important. If I go to this prop, and the main thing, if you see here, is the initial data. You can provide the initial data. Okay, and that is very important when we want to load or we want to open the existing document or existing canvas as well. Okay, so that what we needed. Okay, we will use it in a moment. Then we have Excel Draw API is collaborating on change. On change is used when user change something, and then it will return some data. Okay, let's implement that on change. So if I click on this on change, this is how you will get the response. Okay, so these are the props or params it will return. So if I go to this canvas, this is Excel Draw. Here I will say on change, and if you see, we got the recommendation. Then here you need to just write this Excel Draw elements and all of these things. And for now, I will just console this Excel Draw elements. That's very important. Okay, this Excel Draw elements, because that's what we are going to save in our backend. Now let's save this one. Let's go back to the application. Here I will open in inspect panel, go to the console. Okay, go to the console, and if I draw something, see, immediately you have the first element. In that one you have all of this data. Obviously we need to store this all of this data. Okay, that's what I wanted to show. Next, if you go let me go back. Here we have pointed down, callback, pointer update, callback, on paste. What you have to do, you can do on paste what you need to do. You have a lot of different things, guys. Okay, you can put the theme. Now if you want to keep the theme as a light, you can do that. Just add theme and just add option. You have dark and light. I will keep the light one. Okay, then you can give the name of the file. The UI option, that is very interesting part. Okay, in the UI option, these are important for this particular section. So you can keep the control on this section. Okay, let me show you how. For example, if I go back and let's add a UI options here like this. Okay, inside this UI option I will add a canvas action. Okay, and inside the canvas action I will say save to active file. I will say false. Okay, let's add one more thing that let me show you first. Okay, what we are doing. So for example, if you don't want this one, you can remove it. You can, if you don't want to save to, you can remove it. Also there are couple of options you can just remove if you don't want. Okay, for example, save to file, I removed this one. Then load scene, which is open, right, option, we can make it false. Then export option, I will make it false. And another is toggle theme, I will make it false because we already mentioned that we want to like white. And now you will see the thing, you will see the effect. If I open it now, see the open file is gone, the export option is gone. Obviously you can remove this one as well. Okay, but there is another way that you can implement that this particular functionality. I will tell you in a moment as well. Then we have this a lot of different props as well, and here you can see how you can use that props. Okay, lot of different in the documentation you will see everything. Okay, now if I go to this initial data, okay, this initial data is of type Excel draw element and the app state as well. Okay, this is how you can provide the initial data. This is the simplest element. Okay, and this is the app state, you can provide empty as well, it's not big deal. And this is the example that you can check it out. Okay, then if I go to this UI option, right, and here you will find some UI option as well to how to modify it. Main important thing is go to the children component, go to the main menu. As I say that this particular handling you can do on your own. If you want to remove this Excel draw links, you want to keep some of the object, here you can use this main menu component, which is our main menu API, which is very powerful. Let me show you how you can use it. Okay, if I scroll down, if you scroll on this default item, okay, now default item means you can actually use the Excel draws or their own option, or you can use your own option. If you want your custom option, right, here is the result. If I click on this one, see you got the custom object, item links, you can add your own option. See, okay, let's try to add some default option. So what I'm going to do, let's add a main menu first. Okay, so I'm gonna, so here obviously inside the Excel draw you have to add it. Here I'm gonna add main menu. Okay, and if you see, this is importing from the Excel draw. Okay, then inside the main menu I will add a main menu dot default item dot I want to keep, you can keep only item which you want. Okay, so I want to add clear canvas, that is important. Okay, means user can able to clear canvas. Then you can add option like main menu dot, and we'll say default option, default items dot, and we'll say save as an image that I want to keep. Okay, so whatever the item you want to keep, you can just mention it here, and then it's help us to add it. Okay, change canvas background, that is good option actually. Okay, and I think that's all, that's what why I need it. Okay, and save it. Now you will see the magic. So if I go back here, if I go back, and only 3 items you are able to see. Okay, if I draw something here, okay, and if I want to reset the canvas, see it will giving you dialog that you want to really want to clear, confirm. See the dialog gone, even though you can change the background. See how beautifully you can change background. Okay, you can add your custom background as well. See if you want to add a 000, the back, you can add black color as well. Okay, this is up to you how you want to add. Okay, so this is how you can do all the customization. There are a lot of things. You can even customize the welcome screen. Okay, you can add your own logo. Right now we did not add the welcome screen. Not only that one, but you can also update this particular change as well. Okay, if you want to see the example, let's do the one example. Okay, so let me go back to our application, and over here after main menu I'm gonna add a welcome screen. Okay, inside the welcome screen I'm gonna add welcome screen dot hints dot, and let's say menu hint. Okay, let's add one more hint, welcome screen dot hints dot menu hint, and one more welcome screen dot hints dot toolbar hint, and then you will see the magic here, and boom, see you got this hint as well. Say pick tool, start drawing, export, and wow, that's actually cool, right? Not only this one, but you can even add this heading as well. Okay, you can add this welcome screen menu as well. So I like to add a heading. I don't want to add logo for now. You can add logo, not big deal. Okay, let's have welcome screen dot center. Okay, inside the center you have to write welcome screen because we want to show the item in the center, right? Dot center dot heading. Save it. Let me see what's the error we have. That's fine. Let's try it. Okay, welcome screen dot center. Inside that we have the heading, right? I think that's right. Let me refresh it. No, something is incorrect here. But required children react. No. If you see, I added the help. I don't know why this heading is not working. But if you see, we have option called help. Where you can see the some shortcuts and everything. But as soon as you start drawing, see, it's gone. That's what we expected, right? So this is how beautifully you can add the canvas in your project, guys. Okay, with the help of Excel draw. And then on the left hand side you have document, on the right hand side you have this Excel draw and everything. Okay, so guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Obviously we are going to save the document once you draw everything, and then once you come back, open this document, we want to show the previous canvas save data as well. Now it's time to save the canvas data. Okay, so whatever we draw on this canvas, we're gonna store in our Convex database. Okay, so for that one we have to write an API. Okay, so let's go to this files. Okay, inside the canvas folder, and over here the one which we write for the document, we're gonna write it for the whiteboard. Okay, so I will copy the existing one because it will be a similar one. Oh, sorry. And then I will paste it here. I will rename this one to update canvas. Then here the name will be the canvas, and obviously I'm gonna store it as a whiteboard. I think whiteboard. Let's say whiteboard everything because I don't want to confuse this. So whiteboard here, and here I will say whiteboard. Okay, and then same thing, nothing get changed because we have this file ID. We need to pass whiteboard information. Okay, and if you see inside the Convex database, okay, here we have the column called whiteboard. So everything is look good. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. Now let me go to the page.tsx of that workspace. Okay, remember we pass this on save trigger, right? Same thing we're gonna pass to this canvas. Okay, along with the file ID. Okay, so we'll pass this information first. And obviously if I have file ID, we will pass that file ID as well because obviously we need the file ID information. Now let's go to this canvas component here. First thing we need to get it is on save trigger. Then we have the another is file ID, and then the file data. Okay, obviously we need to define the type. So on save trigger has a type. Let me copy all of this string. I will paste it here, and just only thing that I'm going to give the type any. File ID is of type string or any, I don't know, but I will give any for now. And this file data has a type file. Okay, and let's save it. Now we have to write one method called constant save whiteboard, like this. Okay, and this method we will call whenever this on save trigger get execute. Okay, so use effect, inside the use effect I'm gonna add on save trigger, and whenever the on save trigger get executed, we're gonna call our save whiteboard method. Okay, now obviously if you see right here, we for now we consoling this console log into the Excel draw element. Okay, let me bring this down actually, and we want to store this Excel draw element in one state. So here I will define one state called constant. We'll say whiteboard data comma set whiteboard data is equal to use state. Okay, and obviously this Excel draw element has a very big object, so I will give any of type because it's very large to define each and every element. Okay, and instead of console log we'll just set whiteboard data as a Excel draw elements. Okay, now obviously here we need to define save the data. Okay, so we have to define the mutation first. So constant, here we'll say update whiteboard and is equal to use mutation. Okay, from the canvas here we have to define API dot API dot files dot update whiteboard. Okay, now let's go to the update whiteboard. So update whiteboard, and inside that we have to first pass ID. So ID which we are getting from this file ID. So I will copy this file ID. Then from the whiteboard we want to pass this whiteboard data. So whiteboard data. Okay, and then because this is promise, we'll just console it, console.log response. Okay, and let's save everything, save this page as well, and let's open our application. Okay, right now if you see inside the database we don't have any value for the whiteboard. Okay, now let's draw something. So here I draw this line, you can change the color, you can draw something like this. Okay, let me open this spec panel as well. So and let's click save. Okay, if you see the document uploaded is saying, and let me check the database. Okay, so nothing get updated in the database, so something is not correct, I think. Let me see. Okay, so if I click on save, okay, so yeah, so our file is not getting updated. Okay, let's see why. So my bad actually. Let me refresh it because it's not get updated. Okay, let me refresh once. Okay, now we are good. Let's draw something. Okay, here I draw up, sorry, yeah, I need to draw, so I need to draw something. Now let's click save. Okay, so we got error. Okay, and if you see we have very big error. The reason is we need to convert this Excel draw elements into a string. So we have this error because we are saving it as an object. Obviously we need to save it as a string only. Okay, so we have to convert it into a string. So just write json.stringify. Okay, the similar way what we did it for the documents. Okay, now let's save it, go back to application, let's draw something. So let's draw a circle, let's click save. So it's saying document updated. Let's see the database, and boom, see, if you see inside a whiteboard we have the data. Okay, let's draw something else. So let's draw the lines. You can add a picture. Wow, you can add picture as well. Okay, so here I added the picture. See, you have a lot of options, guys. See, you can remove something. Okay, let's save it, and let's document updated. Let's see the database. Here is we have the database, and boom, see, now obviously we added a lot of things, but if you see all the data is showing on the screen. Okay, perfect. It means we are able to save our whiteboard data. Simply way, the whatever we did for the documentation, that same way we want to fetch the data, and then we want to display it on the screen. Now once we save the data, right, let's fetch the data because we already have everything set up. So let's go to our project. So here, if you remember, right, we are passing this file data, okay, from our parent document. Okay, similar way we pass for this editor, we are also passing to this canvas. Okay, and inside the file data obviously we have the field name called whiteboard. Okay, that's what we are going to pass it directly. So let's go back to our application, and inside the canvas, right? So for the Excel data, we have one option called initial data. Okay, for this initial data, you have to pass the elements. Okay, an element will be the file data dot whiteboard. Okay, but this file data dot whiteboard is in the string form. Obviously we need to convert it into into JSON object, so we have to pass that complete string. So I will do pass, and then we'll wrap it here like this, and obviously we will check if file data is available and okay, or not necessary. Actually what we will do, we will check if the file data is available, then only show Excel draw. Okay, like this, and I will add this condition. Okay, perfect. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application and let's see whether we are getting result. So if you think it's saying that undefined is not valid JSON, so it's saying might be a file data might be an undefined. So let's better to add condition over here, and let's test this out. Okay, so again we have undefined is not valid JSON. Let's see what's the issue. Okay, the issue is here, it should be a small b, I think. Okay, so whiteboard, and it should be a start with a small b. If you see we got the data. Okay, let me just, if you see we have error. Okay, so inside the file object we incorrectly mentioned the whiteboard. Okay, so let's go to the teams, and here inside the team we have this. Let me open this one, not the team, I think it's in dashboard, right? File list, yeah, here it should be a small whiteboard, and on the create as well we have to update. Okay, so let's save this one, and when we create it, it should be a small b. I don't know where we created. Okay, so here is correct. Okay, perfect. Now let's close everything and make sure inside the canvas we are passing this initial data. We are adding this JSON, oh sorry, over here we are checking if file data is there, and then we are passing data. Perfect. Now good. Now refresh the screen, and boom, we got the result. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's add some more value. Here I will say TubeGuruji. Subscribe guys if you did not subscribe yet. Okay, I will add some arrow. Let's save it. Now we see document updated. Okay, let me refresh the screen now, and whether we will check whether we are getting data. Boom, we got the data, right? Let's go back to our application. Okay, come back it, and our data is still there. So cool, right? Let's try with the another file. So I have this file. Okay, so wow, we got one error, that unexpected end of JSON input, because here we also need to check, because we have the file data but we don't have the whiteboard. So I will just add an option, if these are there then only parse it. Okay, and now if you see, error is gone. Perfect. Let's draw some diagram. So I'm gonna add this diagram with the red color, then I'm gonna add this arrow, okay, with the green color, and I'm gonna write some information. Subscribe to TubeGuruji guys. Okay, and let's save everything. Okay, now you see document updated. Here we can say subscribe to TubeGuruji, buy membership for $499 on tubeguruji.com. Okay, let me remove this one. Let's save it, and if you see it's saying document updated. Let's go back. This is our file. Let's open it, and boom, everything is there guys, right? So cool. If you refresh it, right, also it will work for you. Okay, if I open this URL in somewhere else, then also it will work. See, okay, so that's how we can save the workspace. We bring it back again on the screen, and everything we done it. And that's how the Convex database is quite helpful, because it's very easy to handle. Lot of things is taken care by Convex. You don't need to do any configuration. You don't need to set up any server. You don't need any special database. Convex is there for you. Obviously, one more important thing I want to tell you here. If you go to the log, here you can say if you fail something, right? You will see here, for example, if you see I failed this particular API when we are testing, right? And that time it failed, you see, because we are passing the JSON object, we supposed to pass JSON string, and that's why it failed. And but you can check it, what's the error and everything over here. Okay, you will see the success rate, you will see the failure rate. Also you can see the function, how your code is performing, everything you will see here. Okay, how much execution time it take to save data, how much execution time it take to save the data, and everything. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I am happy to help you. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now we are about to end of this particular course, but there are a couple of things that we are going to learn. Now we are going to implement this limitation of the file. Okay, so once user reach to maximum file uses, obviously we gonna not allow user to create a new file. Instead of that one, we will show a dialog to buy a membership or buy a plan. Okay, so right now we have 3 files, so user can create a couple of more. So create more, I will say new file 2, then I'll create another one, we'll say new file 4. Okay, now we have 5 files, and if you see at the bottom it reaches maximum capacity, but still we are giving option to create, and that's what we need to avoid. Okay, so let's go back to our application. And first thing what I'm going to do, I will create a new folder. Inside the app folder, we'll say a constant. Okay, inside this constant folder, I'm going to create another folder called let's say constant again. Okay, .tsx. And over in this particular constant folder, I'm going to just export default, and we'll say maximum free files. Okay, which we are going mentioning as some value like 5. Okay, because once we mention it here, right, you whenever you want to change in future to 10 files or 2 files, 3 files, you can change at one place and it will affect throughout the application. Okay, now let's save this one, and then let's go back to our side navigation bottom section where we have this particular section. Okay, so if I go down here, if you see we have this total files out of, and here we'll just refer to that constant. Okay, so constant, so this particular constant actually dot max free file, see, like this. Okay, now save this one, and then here we're gonna write one condition. Okay, so whenever the maximum file, because we have the total files value. Okay, so here what we can write for this dialog content. Okay, very important, here we're gonna write total files is less than maximum, constant dot maximum free file. Okay, if this condition matches, and obviously it needs to be a question mark, then we will show another component for the pricing. Okay, here obviously we need to create some component. For now I will show null. Okay, and then save it. Now if I user try to create, okay, so it's, let me refresh this ones, and let's see. And if you see, even though if I press it, nothing is happening because it's going to this null condition, and in null we don't have anything, right? So now what we can do for the pricing, I'm gonna create a new component, and here I will call pricing section .tsx, pricing dialog you can call, because that will be a dialog. Okay, dialog, add the default template, and then save it. Now for this dialog, obviously we need to add this dialog content. Okay, because everything we want as a dialog content. So let me copy this dialog content. Obviously we want to change the inside content. Okay, and make sure to import all of this dialog and paste it here. Okay, now obviously we don't want input. Okay, remove that. Title, I'm just giving upgrade plan, and dialog close, I don't think so we need it for now, I will just remove it. Okay, now inside the description we need to display the pricing UI. Okay, so let's go to this hyper UI. Okay, so hyper UI.dev, here just search for the pricing, and if you see, if I go here, you will see this. This is one of a kind and this is another pricing. Okay, I will use this simple one. So go here, go to the view, select J6 and then copy this one. Let's go back to our application. Let me go back here. Okay, and then I will put it inside the description. Okay, so something, okay, not description, my bad. We need to put inside the content, right? I think that's correct. Let me see what's the issue over here. Okay, so I don't know why this comes. Okay, so here we need to close the tag maybe. Now we are good. Let's save this one. And I also upgraded this some text value. Okay, let me show you. So here if I click new file, okay, so I don't know why it's okay. So we did not added this component inside the bottom section. So let's add that component instead of null. Now we are going to add the pricing dialog. Okay, now obviously it will show the dialog because we are added our content inside the dialog content. Okay, inside the pricing dialog, and boom, we got it. It's weird, I know. If I click new file, see, you are getting this window, but it's quite weird, right? Because here we need to update the width of the dialog content. Okay, so obviously you can give your own custom width for the dialog. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a class name. Here I will give maximum width of 4 XL, okay, which is equivalent to around 896. So save this one, and if I click new file, see how beautifully you are getting this dialog. Okay, now you have free option and you have upgrade option. If I click upgrade, obviously it's going to the different link, okay, where you can buy the membership. I'm connected my buy me coffee to this application as well. Okay, but this is how you can do it. Okay, obviously if I reach new file, you have to do it. Okay, so I hope you understand how we easily implemented this limitation and this particular logic to avoid to create a new files. Now interesting thing about this one, right? Obviously you can create this team. Okay, and for this team, if you see, this team has only one file. Obviously you can create a new file. See, okay, second new file I created, and boom, you can create it. You can open this file, you can update everything whatever you want. Okay, because you change the folder, you are in different folder, right? Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular section. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now it's time to deploy our application to production. Obviously we are not just deploying the Next.js, but we also need to deploy our Convex database as well. Okay, so first thing we need to do to push this complete project on a GitHub repo. Okay, so if you don't have any GitHub account, create a new account on github.com, and then here you need to create a new repository. Here use proper name. So in this case I'm gonna give eraser and clone. Okay, simple. And then you can make a public private. Okay, and then you can create a repository. Once you create a repo, you have to set this remote origin. So I will copy this one, and over here first thing we need to do to initialize the git. Okay, once we initialize the git, you have to add this remote repo. Then you have to add all of these changes. So just type git add space dot, then you have to give commit message, initial commit. Okay, and then last you have to push this all the changes. Okay, so as soon as push, see everything is done. Let's go to repo, refresh the screen, and you will see your changes. Okay, now if you remember, if you see here, our when you push the changes, right, the github .env.local file did not add it. Okay, because obviously we ignored that file from this .git ignore ignore command. Okay, so that's the reason we are not adding .env.local. Obviously that's because of this protection issue. Okay, so that's good. Now let's open or go to this Vercel.com and create a new account. Vercel is completely free and it's very easy to deploy on the for production. Okay, so if you want to deploy your application, use Vercel, or you have option for a Netlify, or you can use a custom deployment as well. Here you have to add a new project. Once you add the new project, you have to connect your repo with the Git or GitHub. You have different option. Okay, so I already have connected, so I have this account. Okay, then if you see you will see your project which you pushed just 1 minute ago. See, let's click import. You will see the project name. Okay, now here is a catch. If I go to this convex documentation, okay, and go to this production option, inside the production option you will see this hosting and deployment. Obviously we are using Vercel to deploy our application. So for the Vercel, okay, once you push everything, you have to override your build command. Okay, so if you see override build command to be npx convex deploy command npm run build. So npx convex deploy will deploy your convex database, and npm run build will build or deploy your application. So copy this one, go to the Vercel, and then here you have the build output setting, npm build command. Here you have to click override, then paste this command. Okay, like this. And let's see what else do we need to add. So let's go to this documentation, and then we have to set up a convex deploy key. Okay, so copy this convex deploy key, then go to your Vercel. Here you have to add environment variable. Okay, if you see here, you have to add that inside this environment key. Okay, make sure that is correct. Yes, if I go here, you have to add it here, and just to make sure that everything is correct. Okay, then here we have to add the value. So that value you will get from the convex dashboard. Okay, so this is our dashboard. Go to the setting. Inside the setting you will see the project setting, and here you have option to generate a production deploy key. So click on that one, you will see this option, and if you see this key enable reading and writing data to deployment without needing to log in. So it should be not share or commit to the Git. Okay, so copy this one. Obviously you don't commit to the Git. Okay, paste it here and click add. Okay, now obviously you add this deployment key, but along with that you have to add all these .env.local key. That is important. Okay, so copy this client ID like this, then you have to obviously paste this key as well. Let me bring this side by side. Okay, click add, then client secret, and this big key. Okay, then issue URL, and this URL as well. Okay, then obviously we're gonna change this URL once we deploy our application in Vercel, and then again we will deploy it. Okay, then convex deployment, that is I think we already did. Okay, so deploy key, but let's put that one as well. Okay, I'm not sure, but let's put this one as well. And this particular key I think we need to add it. Okay, this is important. And next public convex URL. Okay, so I paste this one and add it. Now once you add everything, I will go to this convex and make sure everything is good. Okay, and I think that's pretty much. And if I go here and now click deploy. Okay, now once you start deployment, obviously it will take a couple of minutes to deploy your application, so we'll wait. I will pause the video here, and boom, our application is live. You will see this preview, and here you will see the domains as well which is associated this one. So if I click on this one, you will see the eraser.clone.vercel.app. On this domain our application is live. But here is thing, this application's authentication might not work. Obviously it will not work because your kind authentication service is only for now is applicable for the localhost 3000 port, correct? And if you see, if I try to go on this one, it's saying the callback URL is invalid because the callback URL which we define inside the kind setting is not valid. Okay, so log into this kind and let's update it now. and I log into this one. Let's go to this eraser underscore clone, and inside this details section you have to add the callback URL. Okay, so copy this existing callback URL, but the domain you should change to this one. Okay, so I will just copy this domain and then I will paste it instead of this localhost 3000 like this. Okay, same thing, I have to add the logout redirect URL as well. Okay, and this is the callback URL. What else do we need? I think that's all. Okay, let's save this one. Along with this one, you have to also update in your application. So if I go to this application and let me go to this .env.local file. So here, okay, so obviously we need to update in .env environment variable inside the Vercel directly. So I forgot to add this URLs as well because we don't have the time our domain. Okay, so what we can do, go to this eraser and then go to your project. Okay, this project, here you have option called settings. Inside the setting you can add or you can change the environment variable anytime. Okay, so here I'm gonna add oh, not this one, sorry, but the value should be this one as a site URL. Okay, let me bring this down, and this call as a client key. This is the site URL. Add another key for the, oh, that's correct, I'm adding right, yes. Then the post logout redirect URL, okay, which is the similar one which we have, which is again domain, and the last is login redirect URL, which is this one. Okay, dashboard, obviously I will copy this one /dashboard. Okay, then you have to click save. Now once this environment variable added, you will see it over here. Okay, just confirm this one. Then obviously it will not activated until and unless you have to make another deployment. So what you can do, instead of change code and deploy it again, you will just click here, okay, inside the deployment section and click redeploy, because you know our site is already deployed. Okay, here just click redeploy. Now one more thing I want to tell you here, okay, because we connected our Vercel and Git together. Okay, here as soon as we make some changes in the our code and push it to the GitHub, the Vercel is automatically deploy the new changes and the new application changes. Okay, if you don't want that kind of things, you can change it anytime inside your Vercel application setting. Now let's wait for this new deployment. And now if you see our application is deployed, let's go to this login, and if you see now our authentication is working. Click with the Google login. So I will select the account and let's go back to the account, and if you see right now I'm on the home page. Okay, obviously database I clean out. Now create a new file. We will say my first page, create, and boom, everything is working as expected. See, okay, so that's how you can deploy your application, and this is how your domain look like. Perfect. So guys, that's all for this particular section. So guys, that's all for this particular course. So there is one more feature that you can add it. Okay, the one which we did not implement it, and if you really want to know how to implement, let me know in the comment section. You will get exclusive on my TubeGuruji.com if you really want it. So if you want to delete any file, you have the option called archive. Okay, and once you click the archive, actually we are not deleting that file. We will keep that file inside this archive folder. Okay, and we already have the archive column where we can change from false to true if we want to archive it. Okay, as simple as that, and you can try on your own because everything is set up. Just on the click of that, you have to call the API, you have to store it inside the archive, and then you can retry it anytime if you want to retry. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular course. I hope you learn a lot of things. If you really enjoyed this video, please comment down that you like this video and press like button. If you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe and press that notification bell icon so that you will get a latest update from me. Also, you can connect me, you can contact me anytime on my email or on my Instagram channel. Okay, and join my membership for exclusive content, for the complete free source code of any project on my channel, and everything you will find on my tubeguruji.com website. The link of all the website, all these content courses, and the link for the associated documents, everything is in the description. You can check it out. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and that's all for this video. We'll see you in the next video.